Welcome everybody to the Board of Commissioners Franklin County meeting. Today is Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. I'd like to welcome everybody here, and please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adoption of current agenda. Is there any additions or subtractions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Approval of warrant registers and payroll rosters.
This morning we have two fund expenditures. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve fund expenditures in the amount of $20,790.62 and noted that it has been reviewed by two members of the Auditor's Office and our County Administrator.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the approval of the fund expenditures in the amount of $789,559.29. And again, it has been reviewed by two members of the Auditor's Office and the County Administrator.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Just the two register?
Yeah, that's it
Okay,
today. Just
moving
two
on
fund-
to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, you have 3 minutes, and please state your name.
All right, good morning. My name is Sarah Sorensen Peterson, and I'm a vocational transition teacher and work-based learning coordinator at the Pasco Transition Center here in the Pasco School District. We support young adults with disabilities ages 18 to 21 from all three Pasco high schools to develop their vocational, social, and independent living skills as they transition from school to adult life into productive, independent, and engaged community members. Part of being an engaged community member is accessing the spaces that we live in. I'd like to have individuals who are current and future students of the Pasco Transition Center who are here with us today to stand up. All you guys stand. We have a total of 22 current students, and we have about 7 more who are currently on their way here. Their bus was running late, so they'll be here as soon as they can. These students use public transit. You guys can sit down now. Thank you. These students use public transit to travel to the Transition Center, to TriTech, to the grocery store, to personal appointments, and to their work experiences in the community. They go to Walgreens, LifeQuest, Carniceria La Cabana 4, and Cafe Con Arte in Pasco. They go to the Children's Developmental Center in Kennewick, and Yokes in Richland, just to name a few. There's many, many more. This group alone has taken over 10,500 rides on the transit system. Without access to the transit system and Dial-A-Ride, these opportunities would not be available to them. A report by the Bureau of Transportation Statistics shows that approximately 50% of adults with disabilities have, between the ages of 18 and 65, have travel-limiting disabilities and do not drive. In our community, these individuals use Ben Franklin Transit to access the community, either riding a fixed route or Dial-A-Ride. Fixed route buses are predictable and allow riders to plan their day. Paratransit services like Dial-A-Ride provide safe transportation with supportive drivers for vulnerable riders with the most needs. If you ride Dial-A-Ride in my group, please stand up. So if you ride Dial-A-Ride, Cohen, Blaze, All right, so this group, just here alone, ride Dial-A-Ride on a daily basis. Go ahead, sit down. Without these services, the future of these young adults would look very, very different. Being able to access the community allows adults with disabilities to lead self-determined and fulfilling lives with dignity and independence. Please continue to support Ben Franklin Transit for Franklin County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Yes. Bryson? You ready? Come on, Bryson. Your turn. We have a few comments today.
My name is Bryson. I want to share how I take Dial-A-Ride. I use the transit to go to my home, my school, my job at Life Quest, church, and my grandma's house. The transit is important to me because I can go places independently. Please support Ben Franklin Transit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Salia Sheehan. I am a student at the Pasco Transition Center. I want to share my experience using Dial-A-Ride. I use the transit system daily to travel between my home, my school, and my work experience at the coffee shop. The transit is important to me because I can't drive myself. I need someone to get me from place to place around the community. I'm working on my independence by using Dial-A-Ride. Please continue to support Ben Franklin Transit for Franklin County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
My may is may place
Ride the transit from Chiawana
right
to the Pasco Transition Center every day, like the transit.
All right, thank you.
You got it. Left. Pasco. Center. Dial. Or yes. Oh. Round. Yes. Safety. Or Franklin. Residents. Think. Good job.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Cohen.
Okay. My name is Cohen Caldwell. I am a student at the Pasco Transition Center and would like to share my experience with using Dial-A-Ride. I use the transit system daily. I use the transit to travel between my home, my school, and my work. Experiences at the LifeQuest and the public library. The transit is important to me because it allows me to go places on my own and I can go to work. Please continue to support Ben Franklin Transit for Franklin County residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason.
My name Jason. I am a address. I had the Pasco. Jason. Joseph.
Center.
Nature. And I want to tell you how I was been Franklin home to school to work and the Hungries to the honk to my friend house and to the doctor students transit and it is good important to me because I can't go out by myself with the students
Support.
Bernard, Ben Franklin, and anything else.
All right, thank you.
Oh, Evan's turn. Evan.
I am Evan. I take the transit to go shopping. Thank you.
All righty, thank you.
Caleb.
My name is Caleb Carlson. I would like to share how I use Ben for Frederick Transit. Okay. Oh, okay. And Delaware. I use the transit David. I use the transit. Go to home, to school, and to work at LifeQuest. Okay. Transit is important to me because I like to work and go to school and go out in the community. Please support Ben Franklin. Transit. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Zachary Van Hel. I am a student at the Pasco Transition Center and would like to share my experience with using Dial-A-Ride. I use the transit system daily. I use the transit to travel between my home, my school, and my work experiences at Walgreens and St. Patrick's Catholic School. The transit is important to me because it takes me places like work, home, and to school. Please continue to support Ben Franklin Transit for Franklin County residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jaleesa Hoover, and I want to share my experience on how I use the transit. I use the transit to get to my mom's house, and I use the transit to get to school, and I use the transit to get to my work experience, like Studio 70, the hair salon, and B Beauty, also hair salon. But now I have to use my teachers to get to work now because the transit isn't close enough to the work experience I do now. I help out at assistant living home, and it's kind of difficult for me to get there because there is no transit that gets close enough to that area for me to ride it right now. So it would be helpful if you moved it closer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the room for public comment?
We've got a couple more.
Hello, I'm a teacher at Chiawana High School, and I co-teach with Gen Ed and the special education population. And I just want you guys to consider that there's many gen ed students who also utilize the transit system to access their education. There's many upper grade, juniors, seniors that have to take care of younger siblings, so it causes them to have to utilize the transit system to be able to come and access their education. So just keep that in mind. The transit system gives us access to education for all of our students, not only our special education population. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment, please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Paula Bazinet, and today I'm here as a sign language interpreter, but my other role is I teach at New Horizons. And New Horizons does not have a bus system, so our students, if they don't drive themselves, they all depend on the transit. That's how our kids get to school. And so they already have lots of life challenges, and not having access to a transit system would be one huge barrier for our students at New Horizons. So I would just ask that you consider that population as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Hi, my name is Jolene Fix. I am a practicum interpreter currently. I'm also a para at Chiawana High School in the Deaf Ed program. I'm also a mom and a wife. Both my husband and my son are disabled and use Dial-A-Ride. You heard my son speak, Jason Miera. He uses Dial-A-Ride to go to school, to go to work, to go to his friend's house, to go to church, all of these things. My husband uses Dial-A-Ride to go to his doctor's appointments. If he didn't have access to Dial-A-Ride, I would have to miss work. I would have to be the one transporting him. And he has a gigantic wheelchair. I work for the school district. I cannot afford a $90,000 vehicle to have his wheelchair fit inside of it. So please continue to support the transit system for the students that you see before you, the students that Paula mentioned that don't have access to a bus system, our students who need to take care of their siblings before and after school, for people like my husband who need to go to and from doctor's appointments that don't have access to a vehicle that will fit their wheelchair, their walker, their cane, their whatever mobility assistance item that they need to use. So please, do not opt out of the transit system. It is something that is much needed in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Do we have any callers on the phone? No. All right.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just wanted to make sure that the last group had a chance for everybody to talk. So my name is Randy Hayden with the Port of Pasco. I'm here to respectfully request that you remove item 5 from your regular agenda on the 09 Economic Development Fund. We see that you're taking action on that today. We feel a little bit surprised that we have not had a workshop on this item as we discussed at the last meeting when we were all here to talk about it when it got removed from the agenda. So it's a very important topic. We've had a great relationship with the county and our other partners, and we really would like a chance to have that discussion before action is taken when everyone could be notified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jean Reichman. I'm president of the Port of Pasco Commission, and I echo what Randy said. I'm out of breath because I just made it in through the door because I just found out that this was going to be brought up for action today, and we understood there was to be a workshop, but we didn't get notification of any workshop. So we're really disappointed that, you know, we've had a great working relationship, all of our public entities, and this was really a great disappointment to us. So please consider not acting today on this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
George Dockstetter, 4951 Self Landing Road. I'm here to ask about a couple items. Going through the agenda and the information that's on there, I strongly recommend that you support delisting the gray wolf. It's nothing but a predator that we don't need in our county, and they're showing up. Number two, this 09 funds, you're going to spend another $6 million on Hapo Center. What the hell have we spent so far, and what are we getting in return as far as income? We're sitting here facing a $3 million deficit minimum, and you want to spend $6 million more on a building that isn't going to bring in that much money. And now we're looking, you want to tax us again for the 911 system. Why not take this money and put it towards that instead of the Hapo Center and sell off that excess ground out there to pay for any improvements for the Hapo Center? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Do we have any callers on the phone? Hearing none. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of consent agenda items 1 through 5 as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. Moving on to regular business, request for consensus, Gray Wolf Reclassification Wolf Management Plan, comment letter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is, a while back I had mentioned that I was going to be preparing a comment letter to submit to WDFW regarding the wolf reclassification. In my research, I also determined that there was a petition being filed that triggered the governor to require changes or require that WDFW review their recommendations and change them. He did not explain beyond that. So primarily this comment letter regards basically, yeah, we support the reclassification. However, we would like to provide comment with regard to the petition and the flaws and arguments basically stating that you need to take and keep on the path you're going down and not go backwards. That's kind of the gist of what is being articulated, as well as you need to improve the methods and mechanisms being utilized to contain these animals. And whereas, you know, it's they view them as a necessary part of the ecosystem, then it's also their responsibility to ensure that there is no negative impact to the surrounding communities. Those can be done, and if it's done scientifically and without creating what I call anamorphism, where you start thinking wolves act like humans, there are a lot of different ways to contain this, and that we need to maintain that focus, that methodology. Examples of what the petitioners are seeking are things such as you shall not go in and cull an animal unless you can show that it's been preying on your stuff for at least 30 days. 30 days of wolf predation is pretty devastating. Another one is you can't cull an animal unless you know that it's the animal that killed the livestock, which is, of course, an impossibility when you have a pack animal that only hunts singly when it's hunting small game. When wolves attack, there is no alpha. That's another myth. There are no alpha wolves. They will see an animal. If they decide they're going to go after it, they will surround it. One animal sees its opportunity, it will strike, and then the rest pile on. So which one killed it? So effectively, that regulation would nullify the management of large-scale livestock, because you'll never be able to find the individual that actually did the killing blow. Another is that you can't kill any wolf that is a mother of pups. So it's kind of one of these, so what? And at what point does she lose her free range status? I mean, there's a lot of flaws in it. So that's primarily what this is. It's a response primarily to the petitioner's petition on the to the rulemaking committee, and just seeking your consensus that I've covered the areas and items that you guys had asked me to do so during our last presentation.
I had the opportunity to read the letter, and I can tell a lot of work went into it. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was very well written, and we do have wolves in Franklin County. Even, I think it was 4 years ago when Fish and Wildlife was here, you know, the question was asked, and yes, they do travel through Juniper Dunes. I myself have seen the prints further out on the Columbia. As far as the wolf population, I can tell you from my personal experience, we had one pack that was close to our ranch in North Washington State. Now we have 5.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is a problem. I mean, it creates a stress against the cows to where they won't even reproduce to the normal rate that they should. But anyways, I just want to commend you as a great letter that was written. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baumann.
I echo every word that he just said. I can tell this is something that's near and dear to my heart, and I can tell that you put a lot of effort into this. I really, really appreciate it. I remember one morning, I had a bunch of cows out close to Colotis, and my cowboy that was out went and did a morning check on, it was calving time, and he went out there, and he was completely shooken, and I could see that before he even got to me. And he said that there was a wolf that was sitting out there in the pasture. He said he got within 60 feet of it, attempting to scare it off. And he's much taller than me. He's, I think, 6'2", 6'3" is about how tall this guy is. And he was standing there telling me this story. And he said it was sitting on its haunches, and its head was level with his shoulders. And the wolves that we have now are not the ones that were native to this area. The ones that we have now, the males can reach upwards of 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that were native to this range, a coyote, for comparison, a coyote's roughly 30 pounds. And the wolves that were native to this area were roughly 60 pounds.
Right.
These wolves are not the ones that were native to this area, and they are very prevalent in Franklin County. We've had this conversation before, but when we go out for a walk, we walk between 1 and 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And when a wolf goes out for a walk, they walk between 25 and 60 miles. And a wolf has a lope. Yep. And the wolf can lope for hours at a time. It's just it's their walk, it's their walking gait, and their lope is about 25 miles an hour. And a wolf's range is anywhere 60 miles in any direction from where their home is. And so their territory is extraordinarily broad. They're known to swim the rivers, and they are absolutely in Franklin County. I have not seen them with my own eyes, but I have many firsthand accounts from people that have seen them, and they are absolute an apex predator that has no natural predators in this county except for those that are here known as humans. And so thank you for your extensive effort on this letter. I wanted to point out one thing particular that you said after some of your stuff. It said it must be better managed. Mm-hmm. And I recognize that we're probably not going to, they're probably here and they're here to stay, but they must be better managed. And so I really appreciate your attention to detail on this and the effort that you went through to put together a very articulate 5-page letter. So thank you.
And just as, you know, for perspective, in 2019, we had sent in a comment letter. At that time, WDFW predicted because it's hard for them to track all the wolves. At 126 were the number of wolves in Washington State in 2019. Today it's, I think it's 230. I have it in the letter, but it's almost a doubling of wolves in 5 years. Those wolves, and that does not account for necessarily they don't differentiate between which ones migrated in, because a lot of the wolves coming into Washington are coming in from Canada and Idaho and Oregon, believe it or not. So we're getting spillage from other states. Apparently we have really wonderful wolf country. But yeah, the request is primarily to, hey, get your numbers stabilized, keep them that way, and let's keep them contained. If you're going to have them, then you need to be responsible and take responsibility and not. One of the biggest issues that I had was, we're declassifying this thing, the wolves, down to protected status, or not protected status, it's begins with an S, sensitive species, which is 2 classification reduction. However, the petitioners are seeking more restriction. It just doesn't make sense. So,
I would agree.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, Derek, looking through the letter, and there's no mention of that parasite that they carry.
that has to do with the fact, for me, that they're aware of those things, and I'm not a biologist, so I don't know the exact dynamics with that. So I do apologize that it's not in there, but I do know that that's something that's on their radar already.
Well, it should be on all our radars because it's a health issue for the human race, and we have a relative of Mr. Mullins that has this, so we know that it is fact, true, and it needs to be mentioned in this letter. As good as this is written,
I can
want
put
it
something in there.
because it's a health issue for the public.
Mhm.
And infants, it'll kill infants if it is tracked in the house. If you step in a pile of wolf scat, track it in the house, how small it might be, an infant gets it to its mouth, it'll kill the infant.
Okay, I can make that adjustment. Would you like me to bring that back, or do you just, I'll just put that in there?
I think it's very important to have it in there because that's a health issue for the public.
Right, but what I'm asking is, are you okay with me going ahead and making that amendment and just sending the letter, or do you want me to bring it back for you guys to review the addition?
There's certainly consensus on my part for him to add that to this letter and send it and get it in their hands.
Because I'll need to track down the specific biological terminology and things like that, but I can get that done today.
I
It's
think
not a
you can
problem.
probably get a hold of Mr. Mullins' relatives and he can give you the whole detail of it because their son has it.
Whereas I appreciate that, I have to utilize citation and legal or scientific reference. Basically, I have to be able to cite the information. So
Were you able to contact Mr. Flood?
I was not.
Okay.
I did not.
I can,
no.
I'll send you his number.
It won't take me long. I just have to look it up. It's on the, I'm sure it's on the internet, and then I'll be able to do citations. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I said he is deputized in both Ferry and Stevens County as a wildlife specialist. So that's all he does.
I was going to say, up there, that's all he does, I bet.
And cougar attacks. So, which our cougar population is out of control. They've taken 3 out just by my house. So you might not see them, but they're there.
Oh, yeah.
And they're there in the middle of the day, hiding behind your house, coming around the corner, running up the driveway. I mean, we see them occasionally, but if you're seeing them, then there's a lot there because they are very well hidden. But yeah, like I said, they've taken 3 of them out just in our area.
Texted it. I mean, I just researched.
That's what I was saying,
just
yeah.
Parasite and wolves, and you got
It won't take me much to add that in there. I just have to be able to have actual citation, or they just will ignore it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Derek. I do appreciate all your work that went into that letter. It was very well written.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So the consensus is to have him amend the letter and send it off.
And add that in there,
And add
please.
that in, all right.
Health risk to the public.
Thank you. Presentation, Franklin County Social Media Policy Workshop.
Thank you, Chair. We bring this before the board this morning to approve the social media policy we've been working on. This has been a very deliberative process, taking about a year altogether to formulate. We've created social media platforms this year that have continued to grow, so we felt like it was good practice to have this social media policy in place so our employees, elected officials, the community know. We have guardrails and directions with our social media platforms, so We have vetted the policy through the prosecuting attorney's office with Jeff Briggs and IS, and given all the elected officials the opportunity to vet it out. So I think it's been a really collaborative process, and everybody's really had a chance to weigh in. So I think we have a good, concise policy that protects the county, but it also ensures First Amendment rights and all those good things. So asking you and the board to approve this today, and if there's certainly any more questions, I can take those, and Jeff is here to answer any questions as well.
Well, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work on that. It's definitely something that needs to be addressed and updated. 20 years ago, we wouldn't.
We had the newspaper only.
We didn't even have this. So, no, thank you for your hard work
you're
on
welcome.
that. And if there's any questions, commissioners?
Yes, I have a couple. Trying to get this to load up. I don't know why it's not. But 8.1, again, it talks about censorship or taking somebody off. So on 8.1, says, Franklin County social media sites, articles, and comments containing any of the following forms of content shall not be allowed as they are deemed unsuitable for and inappropriate. It says, number one, comments that communicate inaccurate information. Who determines inaccurate information?
Anything would be determined through the PA's office before anything was removed. So we'd certainly have to see what the use case was. If it's just blatantly false,
Because we've seen censorship before in previous elections, and we're talking nationwide, but we see censorship when they don't want to hear the argument, they censor them.
Right.
And I think the right for the public, and it says later on here in this, and again, now.
I would just add, Commissioner, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I think the way that this would have to work would be that, so the commissioners cannot regulate the social media posts of any other elected official. So that's how I've seen it drafted in other counties. So it's just impracticable because the other elected officials don't answer to the commission. So this would only apply to employees that are under the direct supervision of the commissioner's office, so anyone under the commissioner's organizational chart. And so, again, we're talking about unelected officials, and if you're engaging in speech within the context of your employment, the government does have more freedom in that sense to regulate the content rather of an employee's speech within that context because they are speaking on behalf of the government. So I think we've got to be careful in how we apply this because we certainly can't censor any elected official. We also can't censor any employee within that department because they don't answer to the commission, they answer to the elected official. If the elected official wanted to adopt their own policy, they're more than welcome to.
Okay.
And so what I've seen is with these types of policies is that the board might adopt their own policy and say, we recommend, we encourage that sort of language that other electeds adopt this policy for their department or elected office. However, it's not required.
Okay, and then when it gets down to public comment, how do we remove anybody from the public if their post is posed to be deemed inaccurate?
I think you'd have to be real careful there. There's some things, I think Mike had alluded to at the last discussion on this during a workshop, that you can't yell fire in a crowded building.
Right.
So there's some things, pornography,
Right.
explicit material, that's not considered speech. And so that's kind of how the Supreme Court sidesteps that issue. Say, well, this isn't speech. It's more about the impact of what the words have, what the content has. It's not expressive enough to constitute speech. It's just too vulgar. and you walk a really fine line when you regulate the content of speech.
Right. And that's my whole point. So we're putting it on there that we're going to take it down if we deem it to be inaccurate or false information. But you're telling me it's a very slippery slope there, and are we going to take anything down?
It would take a lot to remove it. I mean, and my understanding is, for instance, we all work in the public eye. If someone was encouraging violence against one of us individually, my understanding is that is not considered free speech. That is encouraging acts of violence. And so things like that could be removed. You know, and I know there's a kind of a wider threshold for inaccurate information for public officials, but I mean, and I guess for the public, Jeff and Sean, can you explain it? Is there a threshold if there was just something blatantly inaccurate about one of these individuals, saying they were a criminal or something of that nature? Is there a guardrail there, or is, hey, you're a public official and deal with it?
Yeah, that's the challenge, and I think Jeff alluded to it a little bit as well, is that if you're asking us, there was a comment made that, well, the prosecutor's office would review it. Our office is basically giving you the caution that if you adopt a policy that is going to weigh in on free speech, it is going to be extremely challenging to navigate and narrow. The policy, again, is only going to be focused on the county's policy. Like if someone under Mike's supervision is going to run the website or put information out there on behalf of the county, certainly this board has control of regulating what kind of information goes out. One of the things that has come up before is that if you open it up for comments where people can start commenting on it, many public entities use the Facebook function for dissemination of information, getting the information out there that this board feels is important for the taxpayers and the citizens to hear from their governing officials. That is where social media can be a great tool. Once you allow comments, though, that becomes kind of, because really you take the comments as they come. I personally am not going to dive into sorting out who's telling the truth and who's not. That's not, frankly, our role. It wouldn't be the role of the county. So the word of caution would be is if you are going to allow comments, be prepared, absent those very clear, someone posts pornography or some kind of other extreme or inciting violence, those kind of clear issues. Again, we don't want to get into weighing in because, frankly, government is a place where people get to come up here and they can be as angry as they want. And that's the opportunity of we as a free people, we have to accept that. And that's the right to address their government. And frankly, Facebook is the new addressing of their government. And if we open up comments, we need to be prepared to accept those comments. And frankly, that would be where a person then could say, hey, look, the comment is going to remain there, but of course someone else could then chime in and say, hey, I just want to clarify, that's inaccurate. Here's where the facts are. But again, that now becomes, I think, an overwhelming burden upon staff to try to then navigate that, frankly. And that's why for elected officials, you know, we've given the same guidance. Hey, you as an independent elected official, you could kind of do a lot of things independent of the board, but there's kind of some guidelines that the board could draft and say, hey, look, we ask, like Jeff said, you know, we're asking you to try to conform with certain comment or maybe rules that are consistent. Maybe we turn off commenting if it's just going to be used for dissemination of information. But I think a lot of people do find enjoyment, I guess, of the opportunity for the online soapbox and being able to banter back and forth. I mean, personally, I don't like that. I don't think you ever persuade anybody on Facebook by you responding back to them and trying to challenge, other than simply, hey, here's the information out there. This is my view, and everybody's entitled to their viewpoint. But anyway, that's the caution for the board. Yes. And I think you're, Commissioner Didier and the other commissioners, you're raising the exact concerns we had when reviewing this, is that when you have a policy like that, that's anywhere going to touch on free speech, because we don't want to be in a position where it's our interpretation of what's considered appropriate or foul or anything, absent some very extreme examples. So I think it's a good platform. There's always caution, and there's ever-changing court cases that come out that basically rule in favor that, hey, that is a public forum. And if you have a public forum and you're allowing comments, you have to allow the comments as they come. So that is kind of the caution I think you've highlighted.
The other thing I seen in here that was I thought was very good was the fact that the commissioners don't participate at all in this, not even a thumbs up or agreement with any comment, or we got to stay away from this social media platform, because if two of us are giving a thumbs up, then that's a consensus for an Open Public Meetings Act violation, is what it states in here, and I agree with it.
It does raise a lot of issues. It raises the issues, just like, you know, what we've given caution about is, like, sometimes when we send out an email, we try to disseminate information as quickly as we can to members of the board, and sometimes we forget, and people will comment, and pretty soon you could have a serial meeting if there's back and forth. But usually what happens is information goes out, so everybody receives that information, and then the board could discuss that in an open forum. And you highlight that very thing, though, is like, if you're commenting on something, whether it is a thumbs up, is that a thumbs up just saying, hey, I like the comment, acknowledging the comment, versus is that giving your approval or endorsement for a particular issue? And then if another commissioner doesn't realize that, hey, one of those thumbs up is from a fellow commissioner, now you get into, you could see kind of the gray area. But likewise, all of you as individually elected commissioners also retain your First Amendment rights. So what you do individually, if you want to set up your own page, your own website, I don't think the board could regulate what an individual commissioner would post on their own. They just have to exercise a lot more caution, making sure that they're not speaking on behalf of the board, because, as you know, it takes two or more members of the board to speak on behalf of the board. So it's a great tool, but it does come with a lot of caution that everybody has to exercise. And I think you touched on that, is that, hey, you want people to exercise good judgment and use it for the good tool that it is. We've talked about that at recent emergency management exercises on how do we disseminate information if we have to evacuate an area because of a natural disaster emergency. What are some of the tools that we have available to notify people? So social media platforms can serve a very good purpose for those kind of functions. So anyway.
And Chair, if I may, and Sean made a good point. I think there's the expectation that comments are included on our social media platforms. We have comment availability, but it's not a requirement. I think it's good practice to have the ability for the public to engage with us, because you learn quite a bit. But so it is something that's not required. It's something that's part of the equation, I think, just in the communication process. So the board certainly could tell me, look, we don't want comments on our Facebook page. Just get the information out there for the public, and that way you definitely protect yourself. There are some jurisdictions that do not allow comments on their social media platforms for the very fact, let's just not get into it. So it's really a board decision. Just being my personal opinion, commissioners, I think it's a good thing, because you get an opportunity to engage with the public, and sometimes they tell you what you don't want to hear, but you learn something. But yeah, it does come with a word of caution, because anytime you erase free speech, it's a slippery slope, and certainly wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary.
I think you touched on that earlier too, is once you do have comments active, at that point you got to
You can't stop them.
Yeah, so
Can't stop the thread.
You got to make sure that what you choose, and it has to be made basically at the time of the post, whether you're going to allow comments or not. So.
And another thing to note. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Where was that section you were talking about?
As far as
where the commissioners don't interact whatsoever.
I read it this morning down in my office, so it's in here.
I thought I had read it pretty thoroughly, but I don't remember that piece. While you're looking.
Page 5? Yeah, page, that's,
1, 2, 3.
I don't know, this thing keeps deleting the screen on me. What the heck? I keep getting a blank screen when I'm moving it.
At the bottom, it
Is it
has
too fast?
communications between commissioners.
So my page 5 has 2 sentences on it.
Let's see.
I think you're having the same problem. Oh, right there? Oh, you got a white paper on it?
I'm pulling up page 5 as what is shown on the agenda minutes, but it might actually
What's the
be
heading?
Page,
Commission use.
yeah. If I open up the agenda minutes as published on the printed or the online agenda, it's page 5 of 13 of
Okay,
that
I've got it here.
PDF file, if that helps. It's basically the first full paragraph down from the top. Commission use, and it basically touches on exactly what Commissioner Didier pointed out, that
Right there.
Okay, I understand. I see it.
Commission use.
and it basically has strongly discouraged from following, in quotes, friending or liking other commissioner posts. Again, though, I think what Commissioner Didier was leading to, though, is probably additional caution should be given, because let's say Commissioner Baumann likes a particular post and now another commissioner likes it. If that was a post that's weighing in on, say, an item of public interest, is that now two commissioners casting a vote, so to speak? And I think that's your caution, and I think that's really the exercise of caution there, because you don't want to be called out as, hey, you guys are having a meeting, not even realizing that, hey, wait a minute, I was just simply liking a fellow constituent's comments. I wanted them to know I heard it and acknowledging them.
So,
Yeah.
a question on that, because I certainly do understand and appreciate that concern. My question was more because I'm guilty as charged if this is really the right way of going about it. For instance, when we celebrate somebody in our sheriff's department receiving an award or something like that, I try to deliberately, like a post of that nature. And I'm very careful not to interact on a post that isn't with that type of a nature. Can you speak to that kind of? I'm trying to think of the scenario where that would be.
No, that's an exact good scenario of avoiding, because obviously I think all of you commissioners would feel the same way. It's like, hey, great, someone has served the county for 20 plus years. I want to just simply do a like icon. And that's why I don't think it's a very clear, it's not a black and white rule. And that's why I think the policy accurately describes that caution needs to be there when you like, because if two commissioners like something, liking a post where a county employee is being recognized for their years of service to the county without additional comment, that's going to be one of those areas where, okay, that's probably okay. And again, it's a word of caution until someone makes a challenge and says, hey, wait a minute, you guys are violating open meetings, and now we have to address that from a legal challenge or whatnot. That's why the caution is there. But I don't think doing something like that is going to be per se a violation. That's why the word is, and I think the MRSC kind of uses similar guidance as well to, hey, you got to use caution for this if you don't want to get yourself in trouble, because I don't think any of you would knowingly do that. You're trying to be engaged with your constituents, and that's the real challenge. But what happens if there is a post or something comes up where it's a policy-related issue? It could be a hotly debated topic, and now those likes are maybe an indication, or someone could perceive that as being an indication as to your vote or position on a particular matter. So it is a word of caution, and again, we hope that this gives some basic guidelines. Again, it's not our role to basically say, hey, don't do that. It's our role to basically say, hey, here's some legal cautions, hurdles to avoid. Try to give you all some proactive opportunities to engage with the public using a tool that I think is being adopted, frankly, by almost every agency out there. You look at state agencies, most agencies will have some kind of social media platform. Because they recognize the opportunity to get information out there. It's just extra caution is needed. So
I really appreciate all your hard work on this, you guys that went through this. It's while it's impossible to think of every possible scenario that may be out there, I really appreciate your you can tell it was very well thought out, and a lot of effort went into this. A question on and I really appreciate Clint's concern on the comments comments that communicate inaccurate information, would it be appropriate to say, you know, to have a hyphenation under that to say something to the, you know, per legal review or something of that nature? Would that be, what's your thought on that, Clint? Would that be helpful to say something like that?
Again, if it's legal review, then we're putting more of a burden on our legal team, and they've got a lot going on right now in court cases, and all we're doing is loading them up with more things to do. I don't know, this is a slippery slope, because it is freedom of speech, and you gotta, just like the caller that calls in almost every week, you gotta let him say his piece, as long as he's not swearing. When he swears, we cut him off. But until then, you gotta let him speak. And if we limit that, we're doing a disservice to our citizens of Franklin County.
Yeah, if we were to strike number 1 off of the posting guidelines, if we were to strike that, does number 2 through 11, would that?
Yeah, I didn't see any problem with 2 through 11. It's just that one about freedom of speech. It's troubling, because people are gonna say, well, they're gonna censor me if I tell the truth.
I'm just wondering if we were to strike number 1, if 2 through 11 is adequate posting guidelines.
Well, and in essence, number 1, later on, it says that we can't limit anybody's speech, so it contradicts itself within our policy here. You know, I mean, later on, it says we can't limit anybody's freedom of speech, but it says we're going to do it in number 1. It's almost like we're contradicting ourselves in the policy.
Well, the government wears multiple hats. So the government, as the government generally, you can't regulate someone's speech outside of work. It's very difficult to, even an employee. Not impossible, but that's a very convoluted issue. When they're acting as an employee on behalf of the county, you have more control over the content of speech. It's still not a matter of you can regulate whatever an employee says, even within the scope of their employment, but you certainly have more authority to.
And is this policy more towards our employees or more towards the public, or both?
The section that you're referring to is in reference to employees.
Okay. Now that makes more sense.
I'm just thinking, you know, trying to think of the impossible, all of the scenarios.
Yeah.
If somebody were to post that, you know, the one office in the county has been writing checks to the PA for consulting services for who knows, you know, whatever the scenario is, that's obvious inaccurate information. And if that's allowed to be continually disseminated, that would be damaging to the county, and it's blatantly false information. And so I'm just trying to think of, is there a scenario where that under this, you know, guise of county employees, I don't know. I'm trying to think out loud. What's your feeling on that?
Yeah, if you're looking at it from the standpoint of an employee being an official employee of Franklin County, and the comments that they're making are relating to a job or their job or function within the county, if they're doing this on the county web page, I think that can be restricted, because this board has control over the county's social media page as far as for the county. If you're talking about an employee in their off time that is upset with something that they believe is going on within one of the offices of the county, I think that's something that they're going to be allowed to express. I don't think we could then take action necessarily against them, because potentially there could be an issue for whistleblower issues. You don't want to discourage necessarily people coming forward if they truly feel. Hopefully we've set up processes within the county to have people voice issues or concerns if they think some kind of activity, which almost what you're alluding to is almost like this illicit activity. There's an opportunity for them to utilize other hotlines and other things to make that known. So again, going back to a best practice, if that's something that was, let's say, a comment by someone of the public, they put something on there that we're like, well, wait a minute, this is completely wrong, and we have a response. Then the person affected or the office that's affected, then we could craft a response to it, leaving the comment in place and say, hey, look, I just want to advise that that's inaccurate. This is either you've got part of it correct, because usually someone's got something that they've heard that kind of touches on something where maybe that could be, and that's where it gets difficult to say that's inaccurate. Well, if there's just a little piece of it, but it's exaggerated or something like that, is that an exaggeration? Is it inaccurate, or is that their opinion? That's where we get into the difficult challenge of trying to regulate, because people will have opinions on various things, and it could be, hey, I don't agree with their opinion, but it's their opinion. I can't change that. It doesn't mean that they're lying. It doesn't mean that they're attempting to misrepresent anything. They're airing their opinion. I think that's where we have to be really cautious of, do we allow comments? Because once you do, we have to take them for face value, so to speak. And again, the last thing I'd want to see are employees, or as the county using resources, is going back and forth on social media trying to counter different messages. If our real purpose is to try to inform our citizenry of important issues, maybe then we make a decision just to simply not have comments on. But again, these are just suggestions, and I agree, Commissioner Didier, I think you raised the issue as like posting guidelines, comments that communicate inaccurate, or number two, the comments unrelated to the topics for discussion. Again, I don't think we could really get into regulating if we allow posting. If people want to post and vent about something completely different than the topic of the post, I think you got to allow it. If you allow comments, what's important to them is important to them, and that's really not our call to limit that. Just like here, we have public comment. People could talk about whether something on this particular agenda, or they could bring up something entirely different. So.
Are we looking for action on this today? Because there's no RCW with this.
No resolution number.
There should be a resolution number baked into the resolution itself. Let me look real quick, Commissioner.
It shows presentation only.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is certainly a good topic too, if the board wants. It sounds like the board has some additional concerns. If you want us to dive into any additional matters, we could address it. If you want to add it to a workshop or something like that, we could certainly answer any additional questions the board might have before passing.
Without a resolution, though, I don't think we can do anything today. I think it just has presentation today.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, in my intent, and I'll take the bullet for that one, because I figured there'd be discussion on there. My intent was to take action. There is a resolution number with the resolution, and the resolution is formulated. So we certainly could take action. And the presentation and that language on the side there is, in my understanding, and correct me again if I'm wrong, Jeff, that just sort of alludes to, what we're doing within the framework of that agenda item. But there's no reason we couldn't take action.
I think we'd want to do a motion first to amend the agenda to include that. Certainly the board could take that action if it wants to, but it sounds like there might be concerns. I don't want to get ahead of what the board's indicating here, but they may want to clarify. It sounds like that we're not regulating specifically any public posts that we deem are inaccurate. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Yeah. So to the extent our policy is implying that, we want to clarify that.
And Chair, if I may, what we could do is take the input today, bring it back, because I think we had a really good discussion on this and on some items we didn't necessarily think we'd touch on. But I'm always one that says, let's get the policy perfect and how we're really comfortable with it. And there's no reason to rush this. We've been working on this thing for, about a year. So I'm in no rush to push it through. And my intent was to really have a pretty good conversation, and some of the things Commissioner Didier brought up, I didn't think would be brought up, but really good points. And so let us brush a few things up, and then we'll just bring it back to the board next time, and we'll certainly label that properly. So forgive me for that.
Well, I do see the resolution number inside the read-aheads, but it's not on the agenda.
Yes, and again I'll take the bullet for that one.
I'm comfortable in its form. Do we believe that we need additional clarification?
Certainly up to the board.
Jeff, were you thinking about doing a little bit more work on that, or?
I think there needs to be a little bit of a revamp on paragraph 8, just
Yes.
because it's basically saying Franklin County social media sites, articles, and comments containing any of the following forms of content shall not be allowed. So I think we got to be cautious on.
Do a little adjustment.
A little bit of adjustment there, saying, you know, we could encourage certain behavior, but we have to be careful so it's not conveying that we are essentially going to take action for posts that are outside that area, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we have a consensus that we'll bring it back.
Yeah, and we could work with Mike on kind of taking the board's comments today. I think that was helpful to get that feedback on how to adjust that and kind of come up with an enforceable, realistic policy, so it's clear. Also, probably the issue with maybe some rewording of the personal use, where it does talk about employees using, and just making sure that it's clear that, hey, employees, they could comment all they want, but employee comments need to make sure that they're not conveying a county position, because only the board would have that position. So it's like, it does capture that in there. This principle helps to ensure a distinction between sharing personal and county views. And maybe we just need to put in there that, hey, only the board in the county's official website can convey the views of the county commissioners or whatnot, something to that effect. But
All right, thank you.
And I guess the last piece would be clarifying that this doesn't apply to elected departments, just anyone underneath. And that we encourage they adopt something similar, but we can't mandate it.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Sounds good.
Moving on to Franklin County Property Management Policy presented by Mike Gonzalez, County Administrator.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, I request that you table this item. Be very much appreciated, myself and Jeff Briggs. We've been working on this with the Auditor's Office. So we've been putting out a lot of fires the past couple of days, and working real hard on some other items that came to fruition that we didn't expect. So we'd like to get a chance to meet with the auditor a little bit more to work out this policy, which originally we brought it to the board as a resolution. Auditor expressed that he wanted to make it an ordinance, or thought it would be a better policy initiative if it was an ordinance, which we agree with. It really bakes it into our code and makes it more difficult to change. So respectfully request that we table the item. Jeff, you'll have to tell me the mechanics of that, if they'll have to make a motion to table it, or if it's just consensus.
Or they could just make a motion to remove it from the agenda rather than table it.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we remove item 3 from the regular business for consideration at another time.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Moving on, Resolution 2024 HAPO Center Interlocal Agreement Extension with the City of Pasco.
Thank you,
Mike
Chair.
Gonzalez.
HAPO Center Interlocal Agreement comes before the body. So the intent of this is to extend the interlocal agreement for the HAPO Center between Franklin County and the City of Pasco. That agreement expires this month on May 24th. We've had varying degrees of this agreement for the past 30 years, and I'll make note that the City of Pasco reviewed, discussed, and approved this agreement at their meeting Monday evening. So with all that being said, I'll open it to the commissioners for a discussion on this item and if we intend to approve it or not.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
So
Commissioner
I didn't
Dayor.
get to attend or watch the meeting. Was the vote unanimous at Pasco?
Yes, it
Commissioner-
was.
Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion? I'll move for a motion.
I move to approve Resolution 2024-0112, HAPO Center Interlocal Agreement Extension with the City of Pasco through the December 31st of 24, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, discussion. Commissioner Baumann.
So this has been something that's been weighing heavy on me. This is an agreement that's 30 years old on the 25th of this month, that it is the end of its time. And I believe to move forward that the Board of County Commissioners and the City Council needs to sit down together in a workshop-style setting and have an open discussion about what does moving forward look like. And I believe that there is support for that. However, that was not there was no indication of that at the, nor almost any discussion at the council meeting on Monday night, and I would like to see that happen. I believe a proper master plan and an agreement needs to have some thoughtful interaction with those that will be making the decision. And there's been I guess a little bit of a narrative put out there that we need to get the master plan done and then set down. And I believe that that's backwards. I believe those that have been retained to do the master plan need to have direction from those that will be making the decision on what moving forward looks like. And so I don't think that this needs to be a lengthy nor complicated meeting, but I think the one that will be in charge of the master plan is HWL, who is managing the HAPO Center, and that a very organized agenda with input from the 10 individuals that will be making the decision on moving forward. If Mr. Leisure would lead that meeting and draw out ideas and thoughts with the master planning consultants in the room so that they can take notes and indication, if there was, I don't know, I'm just using my imagination here, if one of the 10 voices, ask for information about, what if we were to have off-site auto sales as a part of the master plan, that would be something that they could consider or answer a question. Is that a lengthy or complicated answer? Probably not, but I think that a proper master plan should have the decision makers have a discussion so that the master planners understand what the expectation and direction should look like. Because absent direction, the master planners are going to use their own personal experience and opinions to direct that master plan instead of the 10 individuals that will be making the decision on that.
Commissioner Didier, do you have any comment on that?
We've been asked to be patient and let Harris White Leisure do their job, but their job is trying to put together a master plan that we can overview and look at. And I think there's going to be, with this extension, amp time to look at their master plan, considering it, bring it together for a discussion with all parties included, and work from there. Doesn't mean we have to follow that master plan, but I think that we have to show good faith with the city of Pasco that we're willing to work with them, but we want them to work with us also. And it's, in the past, we've seen some injustices here that has happened, and 39 acres there and prime real estate going to softball fields was fine back in the day, but today that ground's worth a lot of money. And I think baseball fields could be moved. And I think that's our land. For $1 a year lease, we're giving up $39 or 39 acres of prime real estate. That's got to be addressed. That's one of the things I want to discuss. Also, the other items is the hotel motel tax, and Franklin County, we've got to be able to get something out of this. We can't just keep feeding and not receive anything back. We need some help here financially with this county, and I think that is one place we need to be looking at. We heard from a constituent this morning about the concerns of putting more money into the HAPO Center. With what's being done right now at the HAPO Center, there's going to be opportunity for more events. With the inclusion of the other side, we're going to be able to really Harris White Leisure is going to really be able to capitalize on that facility. And that's what we're trying to do, is ensure that they have that ability to capitalize on it. So let's not meet with Pasco before Harris White Leisure can fully do their job, but then we look at their plan and we critique it and we make our adjustments, and then we meet with Pasco and we go over it together.
It's my understanding that Harris White Leisure is in favor of extending the
Yes.
agreement till the end of the year. There are some very definite improvements that need to be addressed out there at Hapo Center. One of them is a parking lot, which Commissioner Bauman has brought up. But, you know, parking lots are always I would say an afterthought. But the fact is, it's one of the most expensive parts of any business. And if we let that continue to deteriorate, the cost is going to be exponential compared to what it is going to cost to address it immediately. So, any further discussion on extending the interlocal agreement with the city of Pasco?
Chair, if I may, I'll make note if it is the board's will to chat with their city council before then. That the city council has 2 meetings before the interlocal agreement would expire on the 24th, and I can certainly reach out to their city manager if that's the will of the board to get together and chat about any input this board may want for the master planning efforts. So whatever the will of the board, I'll work with the board and the city of Pasco to make that happen.
Have we reached out to the city of Pasco as far as meeting with them on this?
We've had conversations about it, and their city manager has expressed he's talking to their council to get feedback, and it's my understanding Commissioner Bauman's talked to a few. I don't know which city council people he's chatted with, so I haven't really been able to get a read, in terms of where their particular council stands on it. As you expressed, Chair, I think it is Larry Leisure's desire to extend this, and my personal opinion, I think it would be good for the boards to get together just to bounce ideas before we start the master planning efforts, but I also understand the other side of it, to get things going, and one idea that was floated by one of the consultants was, perhaps make the very first meeting of the master planning efforts the meeting between the boards, so that could be something that sort of kicks off the master planning effort. So it kind of depends how you look at it, but again, I think it would be beneficial for the bodies to get together just to break bread. And
I would too, because it's why keep extending it if they're not interested in it as far as moving forward.
Right.
But don't want to delay the process any. But yeah, it would be nice to meet with the city just to let them know that we're willing to work with them and we want to work together. But
Absolutely.
we kind of need to know what their thoughts are on it as well.
Because, and again, my opinion, you get the bodies together and there might be some organic things, just like the social media policy we discussed. There was some things that came up organically and that you miss. You get into the forest and sometimes you can't find your way around. But again, a good opportunity, I think, to start before you start the master planning efforts. Get together, break some bread, kick around some ideas, because I think there's some things that I have concerns with, just even moving forward with the extension, is HWL is doing a heck of a job. The final quarter, they netted $130,000, but I will tell you their staff is stretched thin. They've been working a lot of hours, so I'd love for them to kick in an additional maintenance person, because a lot of our folks out there are wearing multiple hats to make events happen. Like we just had a big wrestling tournament. 2,500 kids showed up. It shows you the power that the Hapo Center has for economic development, and our staff was running thin, and Joel, the general manager, said he must have worked 100 hours. I mean, it literally, I mean, not even joking, between the setup, the cleanup, the help. And so, not to belabor it, but, you know, whatever the board's will is, I'll work to make that happen.
And, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, I thought Harris White Leisure were already working on the master plan. We're supposed to be presented with it here pretty quick, and then we can look it over and then meet with Pasco, no? They're not putting together a master plan?
So Chair, if I may, so they put together that first phase, and then, so this is kind of the, I guess you could say, phase 2 of the master planning efforts. They, you know, as Larry likes to say, the first phase was the 40,000 foot level, which kind of gave us the guide wires and the potential. And I think the biggest thing that coming out of the first phase was just how much the ground is worth around there, and the potential it has through his development lens and the extensive experience he has in that space. I think this next phase is more nuanced. It's, you know, looking at development standards. If let's say we sold the parcels or leased them, you know, what type of businesses go around there? Is it hotels? Is it retail? Then the ultimate, what is the vision for the Hapo Center itself? Is it a sports center? Is it a place where we recreate and have concerts? If the city's a part of it, do they have their parks and recs in there, and how do we manage that? So I think those are the components that the master plan will address, because we've got a lot of cooks in the kitchen right now, and all ideas are good. Somebody says, I want it to be this, I want it to be that, but this is a really focused approach, and the way we intend to lead it, Larry Leisure will lead the ship. There's a few other consultant groups that he's interviewing and potentially will work with. So I don't want to name any names right now, but he's been sort of in that interview process of, you know, who will be the consultant that works with him. But he'll definitely be our, I guess you can call him the principal of the master planning efforts.
So I believe that in our current pace and direction, that the master plan would be presented to us in 90 to 120 days from today-ish.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Thank you.
And Chair, and if I may, and I'll say this, it's not to say we could kick the can down the road before a meeting between the bodies, but so the 24th is on a Friday. You know, that's in a couple weeks. Pasco's next meeting's the 13th. The meeting before that will be the 20th, before the 24th. So definitely time, and having worked there, and I know they notice their meetings, their agendas are due by Fridays before the Monday meeting. So there's definitely time to get that on their agenda and notice it correctly. So, because they notice things Friday evening and into the Monday. So there shouldn't be any issues there.
So is it the consensus of the board that we wait on this and see if we can meet with the city of Pasco?
And Chair, I think even if we waited till next Wednesday to make a decision, and then I can find out the nuances of that meeting, still gives us plenty of time, because we have 2 meetings before the interlocal agreement expires. Our next meeting for the public is a night meeting on the 15th, and then we meet again on the 22nd. So still plenty of time. So no one should get nervous that it won't get signed. But I still think plenty of time to communicate with the city of Pasco, find out, and then if they don't want to meet, we put it to rest, and then we make a decision on what we do with the interlocal agreement.
All right. I am fine with that.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I vote to table the resolution and the motion on the table.
I think we need to be careful here. If we like Harris White Leisure, if we get in front of Larry, they may just pull out. We do not want to upset Harris White Leisure. He has asked us to be patient, wait for the master plan, then meet with Pasco, and we can change the master plan however we want. If we get in front of this and we start meeting and we create a big argument between Pasco and Franklin County, I don't think that's going to weigh very heavy with Harris White Leisure. We got to be very careful there. So I'm in favor of tabling it, because there's no rush today, but we need to be careful.
And Chair, what I'll do is I'll gauge everybody's temperature, and I'll bring a report back for you guys individually when we meet on Monday, and see how they feel about it, and then you guys can make an informed decision next Wednesday.
Yes, that'd be much appreciated. Just let us know what their thoughts are.
Got it.
And we can move forward.
Appreciate that, and would encourage you to work closely with Mr. Leisure in a structure and so forth that could be acceptable to both groups.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
So there's been a motion to table Resolution 2024-01112. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on, Resolution 2024-0114, presented by Mike Gonzalez, County Administrator.
Thank you, Chair. So this item comes before the board to approve the use of .09 funds to install an HVAC system into the arena side of the HAPO Center. The funds would also be used to retrofit infrastructure for the HAPO Center. I've worked closely with Jeff Briggs on this item. I've had extensive conversations with individuals from the .09 committee. From the beginning, I think they've been aware of our desire and intent to be very impactful with these .09 funds. So I want to put on the record, we have consulted with the .09 committee as required by statute, but ultimately the authority rests with this board and what should be done with the .09 funds. In my role, I've weighed the economic impacts for the region, the ability to create jobs, sales tax, recreational opportunities for Pasco, Tri-Cities in the region. And this would be a really tremendous way to enhance that arena side for HWL. As I mentioned before, really excited at the job they're already doing, creating revenue for us, and that's with one arm. So you give them a couple, I think sky's really the limit of what can transpire out there at the HAPO Center. And you know, this is in addition to the $3 million that the state gave us, and we continue to look for funding through our congressional folks. So this could be a really impactful way to continue the ball rolling.
So on the $3 million grant from the state, is that contingent upon the carbon tax?
That is. So we'll see what happens. Even if that initiative passes, I mean, I've heard that certain grants may still be considered. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's one of those things we just got to wait and see. So there's a lot of funding across the state that may be contingent upon that. So, yeah, that.
Do you have any idea what kind of funding's in the coffers over there in Olympia from that carbon tax? They've got a lot of money.
It's a ton, and I know there's a lot of mixed emotions with that particular tax, and so yeah, it's one we'll just have to wait and see what ultimately happens with that, and if that initiative passes, it will get the funding. So you start to hear different things on different funding mechanisms that might be available. So.
And as far as being on the ballot, that's to rescind the carbon tax.
Absolutely, it's to rescind it. Yeah,
about a 50-cent tax on our gasoline bill.
Yeah, and I think that was really what drove the initiative. I think there was some promises made by the governor that it wouldn't raise our gasoline prices, and certainly has.
And it's generated a lot more income than what they had anticipated.
Oh, it's been a boon that's for sure.
And they still want to raise our taxes.
Right. And that is part of the what's paying for the free rides on the transit.
It's been that carbon tax has definitely been a hot button issue.
It really has.
So, getting back to the .09 funds, how much of the .09 funds are we going to plan on using all of the .09 funds, or just a portion of it to get the HVAC in there since we got the grant?
And that's really, that'll be at the discretion of the board, and Jeff can weigh in a little bit. What I've formulated into here is also the ability for the board to use the funds for emerging projects. So we, by statute, have to maintain, or really, I think it's an internal policy, actually, $350,000 fund balance, just so there's something always in there. So working with the auditor's office and Tim Anderson, we had over $7 million that we've accumulated, and the ability to use the little more than 6 million. We do have the ability to spread that across the HAPO Center, or Jeff and I can certainly work together, amend it. Commissioner Didier and I recently talked about maybe using some of those funds. I think it's SR 170 to widen a road coming into the Basin City Rodeo. I don't want to say that we have to tie ourselves to this. We can certainly go back, amend some things, but my intent is definitely to be impactful in the HAPO Center, and I think we have a tremendous opportunity with HWL, the momentum they've built, the ability to use that other side for other things. I was really excited at the level of crowds with that wrestling event. I mean, there were things we could have done better, but I certainly think it was a good learning experience, but it also showed the impact that we can have. And imagine if we can do those type of things year round, because right now we're about to get into our hot season, as we know, and when we hit July, and anybody that's been in the arena in August knows it is sweltering in there. So, but again, we thought the most impactful way was to put an HVAC system in there, which we are RFPing now, and HWL is handling that process. We don't believe it's going to cost that full amount, and there's been quite a few good companies that have stepped forward and are looking in how they can retrofit and fix that HVAC system.
And just for a little bit of background in terms of what we can spend the money on specifically, so we can use these .09 funds, which aren't a tax. We do pass it as a tax, but we get it as a rebate from the taxes that are already assessed by the state. So it'd be silly not to assess it, because the money would go to the state otherwise. So it doesn't result in a net increase in taxes. And the money that we receive under this .09 fund statute can be used for public facilities serving economic development purposes. So those are the key words. It also has to be a public facility that's either listed in the economic development section of our comprehensive plan or our economic development plan. So that's sort of the state, again, trying to rope us into doing comprehensive planning. But public facilities is very broadly defined. It could be bridges, roads, water facilities, sewer facilities, earth stabilization, storm sewer. So anything, you name it, any capital facility of the county could be potentially in, we could utilize .09 funds to get there. I mean, because the economic development purposes, sure, that's a restriction, but I think, studying any of these facilities, any of these types of public facilities, they foster economic development and growth. So the key, I think, for us would be making sure that it's part of our comprehensive planning, any facilities that we want to utilize .09 funds in the future. We're lucky that the HAPO Center is mentioned in our economic development plan that's adopted by the county. So certainly this project seems to check all the boxes. And as Mike indicated, we have consulted with the .09 Development Committee. I believe also that we've consulted with all the cities in the county. Is that accurate? Because I think that's a requirement. All cities and towns need to be consulted, and really kind of thinking of this more of an iterative process, that we can get proposals at any time from a city or town that has a potential project, and as long as it meets these guidelines, we can potentially utilize those funds for that purpose, assuming we have some left.
So, a question about this. Wasn't aware that there was a thought of potentially using some funds up in the Basin City area. Would the proper way to approach this be to hold off on this until possibly next week or later, if we were going to adjust and consider a different allocation of these funds? Because by passing this resolution today, this would tie it to the HAPO Center in this dollar figure.
Certainly we could, and we could take our time with it. And something else, Chair, if I may address, I know there was a comment from the public to use it in a different fashion. These .09 funds have to be specifically for economic development purposes and job creation. So it's a very narrow use. I would love to be able to take these and put into our current expense or plug a gap somewhere, but it's very specific how we have to use those. So I don't want the public to think, oh, we're using them on the Hapo Center. Why don't you use them, for this road somewhere? We just can't in certain instances. So if our intent is to create jobs and have economic impact, generate sales tax, I mean, those are the thought patterns that go into using them. So anyhow, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Jeff, in response to yours, I know that Basin City, the Freedom Rodeo, is not mentioned in our economic development.
Right.
So the town would have to apply for it, MISA?
Right,
Or
and I'm
it would be
guessing
MISA.
they're not large enough to do their own comprehensive plan. It doesn't have to be in ours, it could be in the cities, but probably only the city of Pasco, I'm guessing, is the only entity that does their own comprehensive plan. So,
My question, I guess, is
Sure.
Basin City doesn't have a post office. Is it deemed a town or a city? It would have to be a city, so, and their post office is in Mesa.
are they incorporated?
Mr. Chairman.
If they're not incorporated, then they're
Would,
county.
would you be willing for Mr. Bratton to come up and speak to this? Derek Bratton.
Sure.
So we have four cities in Franklin County that are independent municipality. Basin City is a Lammert. It is fully under the authority and jurisdiction of Franklin County. It is not an independent municipality. Mesa, Clotis, Connell, Pasco. Those are the only independent entities, municipalities. Then, of course, you got Portlands that are kind of quasi-municipalities as well. There are other funds available regarding if there's a desire for the commissioners to assist the Freedom Rodeo with regard to some of the funds that we have that are actually under your discretion. So that might be a discussion we could have on another day. So I guess what I'm saying is there are funds potentially available to assist that facility. We would just have to go through some things, but it doesn't necessarily need to come out of the .09 funds.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Derek, if you wouldn't mind, maybe emailing the three commissioners those funds that could potentially be used?
I'll provide them to the
Mike-
commissioner,
Mike can-
or
can
commissioner.
forward them to us?
County administrator, I'll provide him with that detail and information.
All right, thank you.
I would be in favor of holding off on this until we have a little bit more information. I don't believe that time is not of the essence today on this.
No, sir. We can take our time.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move we table Resolution 2024-0114 to a later meeting.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Commissioner Administrator updates. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a busy several days, meeting with staff members and working with the City of Pasco, the ILA, working with the Sheriff's Office a little bit on the workshop for their E911 that they'd like to bring before the board. And as everyone knows, the infrastructure for that is outdated, and all the cities in the Tri-Cities are working really hard to find money for that and to collectively work together. So I mentioned at our past meeting on some of the lobbying efforts, and those lobbying efforts have been coordinated together. So I didn't want to give the connotation like we're working disparately. So we're all working together really to find money through the congressional spending that hopefully will come to fruition. So it's just a needed thing and something that the public will continue to hear about. Working on some security measures around the courthouse with in particular Commissioner Bauman and also Marcus Connor, Commander with the Sheriff's Office. So we appreciate them working together. The horse stalls, been working with the auctioneer that's going to do that and getting the area cleaned up. So we're just probably days, maybe a week or so away from noticing that and getting that out to the public. But I'll tell you what, the word's getting out that, that we're going to auction those off. So I'm getting folks that are, hey, I'll buy the whole set. And I said, well, it's got to go through a process, just, so you got to do it like everybody else. But so I'm excited about, hopefully it brings us some revenue that we can put back into the HAPO Center. But people are excited about, getting the opportunity to have those horse stalls because they're still in great condition. So as soon as that gets noticed, we'll put it out on our social media platforms and make sure everybody knows about it. But we're getting close. Continue to work with OPD, our Office of Public Defense. As a lot of folks know, the state has put new provisions and rules on us that will make those costs go up exponentially. So appreciate Jason Valentine. He's working really hard to get our legislators together so they can meet with the board and workshop that and really educate them on what's happening. And I've been working with OPD and one thing, I'll reach back out to the commissioners to maybe get a group of commissioners together to lobby and go to Olympia and say, look, the rules that you're putting on us are too demanding. There isn't a county, even King County is going to have troubles paying the bill for OPD. It's just really troubling what's going on. Other than that, working with Tony Mankey, some union negotiations that we have coming up that the board will start hearing about. And again, for the public, and I'll close with this, next Wednesday is a night meeting at 7 o'clock, right here in the courthouse.
One question on the horse stalls. Last week, Commissioner Didier mentioned that the person who actually put them together put a bid in to dismantle them.
Yes, he did, and that's been a conversation piece that we've had with the auctioneer. Is it's a tremendous amount to dismantle those. So the person that put them together actually has the best price point for dismantling them. So I think the question that's arisen is, do we sell them in longer sections or do we piecemeal them? Because obviously it's going to be a challenge if we sell them individually. And admittedly I don't know a lot about horse stalls, but I've learned quite a bit. So it'll be easier selling them as a longer row. Mm-hmm. So, but yes, Chair, you're right. The gentleman that put those together originally, actually,
His bid looked.
Yeah, his bid looked much better than some of the other folks. So, whether that means he's better or not, I don't know. Sometimes my mom used to say you get what you pay for. So I can definitely look into that more to see, because maybe it'd be better to pay a little bit more if the gentleman is whoever else could do it.
I know as an associate of mine that's all he does.
Yeah.
And he said that was a great quote.
A little bit.
So he was not interested because that quote was so good.
Right.
So just FYI.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, on those horse stalls, it was brought to my attention because I talked to Mr. Booker about him again here a couple days ago. He's stating now that there's going to be some people that want to remove them themselves. So, Jeff, I'm asking you that we need to have a legal paper written up that they take full responsibility for any accidents. Is there any way we can make them liable for their own actions there if they're removing them themselves?
By law, they would be, because they'd be considered an independent contractor, but we could certainly draw up something as well.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that we're protected and he's protected if they want to remove them themselves.
And that has been a conversation I've had with Merle as well, because he is quite concerned.
Yes.
Somebody comes with their own cutting saw and cuts their fingers off. Not smart for us to not be protected, because, from my understanding is it's not a simple job to go out there and remove the stall, especially piecemeal.
And you can't sell them as individuals because they share a inner wall, they
Right.
share a back wall. Those long buildings, they would only make less than half of a complete individual horse stall. They got to be put back together in those type of units to be utilized in all the space that's available. So if we got somebody who wants to buy the whole deal and then the price is right and they're going to remove them, I think that'd be a good deal.
And that's something
Put a bid in for it.
that they have expressed to me. They'd take the whole thing, and I don't want to name in public who they are, but, and I did tell them they had to go through the process just so the public knows that. And that was yesterday, though. And, you know, at this point, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, could we sell them if somebody came and said, look, we'll take the whole schmeal, is that a slippery slope if our intent is to auction those? We haven't noticed the auction yet. We have noticed that it is surplus, so that's for the record. We do deem it surplus. Could somebody theoretically come now and say, look, we'll give you a lot of money for those, we want them?
No.
Okay.
Because of the, we don't have our own property management policy, and so the value of the horse stalls is triggering the requirement to auction them. It also sounds like the whole is more valuable than the sum of the individual parts, so we'd want to sell those as a complete unit, but I guess that wasn't your question. You're asking whether someone would come up and want to buy
The entire.
I think if they wanted to buy the entire thing, they should bid on that just the same as anybody
Right.
else.
And that's what
And
they
as
have-
an
they have to.
auctioneer, Mr. Chairman, they sell them individually, and at the end, or they sell it as a whole, and then they sell it individually, and they take the greater amount of whatever it is,
That is correct.
Yes. So they have that opportunity through the auction to buy them all.
Right. And that's what I expressed to the gentleman that called me. And I think his desire was obviously to scoop them up for everybody. I don't blame him.
We need to continue on the course that we've
Right.
chosen, which is to go through
Yeah.
the public auction process.
Yeah, and I don't blame him for trying, though, but he.
I just add one thing real quick. I think the important thing to realize too is the process is to recoup as much money as possible back to the county. So if it's determined through whatever process, if someone makes that option and it's through the public auction process, if that turns out to be a better advantage for the county, recouping more money, I think that's the guiding principle there. But like Jeff said, you got to follow the process that's outlined, and it sounds like you got a lot more experience on the auction side of things. If they're able to take that where it says someone comes in and they make a bid, hey, I'm going to bid for the entirety of as a package deal. Sounds like that's kind of the going rate. The auctioneer, I think, that then has to weigh in their expertise on, does it make sense to do that to get more money for us, the recipients, or do we parcel it out? So I think that's why we have that public auction process, just so that it takes us out of picking and choosing favorites. It's going to go to whoever is going to pay the most advantage sum for the county. So it sounds like we're on the right course.
Yep. Sounds good. Alrighty, Mr. Bauman, Commissioner Bauman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been a very, very busy week. I've started digging into this, just some light reading, our budget, and trying to get to really dig in and understand it. And so that's just for all the spare time right now. Had a great meeting with facilities last week. Really appreciate our director there, and talking about space and some storage needs here at the courthouse, and where and how to do that. It's pretty tight around here, and appreciate everybody's that's been involved in their willingness to be cooperative and helpful in that process. Chamber reception last week, meeting with our local legislators, and have specifically been asking them and trying to share with them the concern we have about the OPD here in Franklin County, and the concerns and the impact that the state mandates will have. And so I believe we have scheduled in our workshop for the 22nd of this month, 2 weeks from now, we have asked our legislators to come, and the ones that I've been able to talk to said absolutely they would love to come and meet with us, and have asked our OPD office to give us and our legislators a presentation on what the impacts that these state mandates will have on Franklin County. There's something that we all learn in different ways, and something that was particularly really caught my attention, on a scale, the expense. This year our OPD budget is $1.9 million, and with the state mandates in 2028, it'll be over $9 million. And so, but them putting that that little component in there that the basement of this courthouse, that would only be 50% big enough to carry that. If we were to fully, follow that mandate, we would need more than double the space of this basement of this courthouse just to house the office of OPD. And just absolutely stunning that this mandate that they've said is coming. And so really appreciate our legislators being willing to come and meet with us, and trying to coordinate with them to be able to have a great dialogue with them here in this setting, and appreciate their willingness to. There's some that won't be willing, or not willing. There's some that won't be able to because of previous commitments, but there's quite a number of them that have said yes, that they would love to be here, and so look forward to having them. Attended the Cinco de Mayo parade on Saturday, and it was really wonderful. Came right here in front of the courthouse. It was a really amazing event, and my personal favorite part was the dancing horses. That was pretty spectacular. There was well over 100 dancing horses that come by here, and having been somebody that's ridden a horse a fair amount, there's some extraordinarily talented riders and horses that you can do that with, some of them amazing animals. Spent a lot of time in the community this weekend in quite a few different areas and ways, from the parade to meeting with some of our public safety people, and I spent a lot of time at the HAPO Center, and quite a few hours spent there on Sunday, just walking, learning, listening, trying to understand, and wanted to share with you. People didn't know who I was, and they were primarily all from out of town, coming to this area for this wrestling tournament. And so I thought I would just share with you some of the comments that I just met with people, just asking questions. And so here's some of the comments. One lady said the parking lot striping. She said the parking was very unorganized because nobody knew where to park. People parking, sideways, at an angle, all kinds of stuff. So that was a comment from somebody. One of the coaches, as I stood there and talked to one of the coaches, said that they really wish that there was some better audio because it was loud, all of the different. So they had 15 mats, wrestling mats. Each mat had a official. And it was just consistent. I think, so primarily there was 2-minute bouts with the wrestlers, with probably a minute in between. And then, so each bout was probably 8 minutes long. And so you have 15 mats that has a new bout every 8 minutes. And it was absolutely impressive just to watch how fast that was. So one of the coaches said that, it was really difficult hearing. And so that's something for consideration. There was something said about housekeeping early in the event. It was there wasn't the expectation that there was going to be quite this number of people, and so but they appreciated how the staff got right on that and turned that around and felt like by Saturday afternoon and by Sunday that they had got that taken care of. They expressed a wish for better Wi-Fi and faster service. And on Saturday, we had 2 events going on. We had wrestling on one side, and we had some type of a gaming event on the other that used a lot of streaming. And so the wrestling, a lot of the people talked about how much they appreciated the atrium in an event like that. They really liked the layout where you could sit in the stands, you could see the mats, but you could go into the atrium where it was quieter. They quite a few comments about there was wish that there was closer access to restaurants, wish there was more restaurants close, and overwhelmingly people liked the venue and said that they were looking forward to coming next year, and they liked this venue better than where they had gone last year. And I talked to people from Vancouver, Renton, Bellingham, Sequim, Spokane, Toppenish, Yakima, and a lot more that I didn't ask where they were from. And I was told the official tally for wrestlers alone was 2,274 wrestlers on Saturday. And then a lot of them came as families. So it's mom and dad and siblings, and it was a pretty neat event. So I wanted to share that report. Had agenda meeting with staff on Monday. this is something that was troubling to me. Had a WASAC meeting on Monday, and I was having difficulty hearing. There was background noise, but something that they kept saying over and over and over is, and this WASAC meeting have a presentation by the Washington State Department of Commerce, and it was primarily surrounding housing and the needs that we have in the housing community, but a lot of it surrounded homeless housing and low income housing, and over and over and over, I heard the theme of we are requiring. This is the Department of Commerce is going to require, and they're talking about cities and counties. We're going to require this, and they are going to have to do this, and it was just over and over. And it was really troubling and interesting to hear them talk about how they're going to mandate that we do things. And I haven't had a discussion with them. I don't think you guys have had a discussion with them. They're saying how that they're going to require us to do all of these things, and they didn't talk about having a conversation. They said we are going to tell them what to do, and so that was really concerning to me. City council meeting on Monday night. Then, as Mike alluded to earlier, have been working with about some security around the courthouse and so forth. And so I went and had the opportunity to sit down with our emergency manager and ask him to lead that effort to put together a policy for some of those concerns that we have around here. And did that in coordination some with the Sheriff's Department. Appreciate their help on that. And one last comment about the horse stall. Went around and looked at it. Really appreciate the cleanup that has happened there, and have a lot of faith in our auction company that's going to handle that for us. Really understands that, especially that this specific site and the background and so forth, and really feel like that they're going to make this work well, and the county will benefit from their services. So that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The wrestling tournament, that was a great economic impact for Franklin County to bring in that many people with their families and everything. My question is, was there much cleanup after the event?
Cleanup as far as?
Just cleaning the facilities.
I didn't stay clear till the end. I stayed till, I'll bet 95% of the people had left, and there was a lot of cleanup happening during that. This was on Sunday afternoon when it was just raining cats and dogs. It was outside was a difficulty, so the cleanup happened kind of to the door, but people weren't taking it from there to the large dumpster. But I don't attribute that to any willingness. It was just literally raining hard.
No, my question was that the work crew did such a great job cleaning up the Hapo Center in their area. If there's any way we could utilize the work crew to go in there and after the event is over with.
Now I understand what you're saying.
Go through and clean up and kind of take some of the burden off the people working out there at Hapo.
We had that conversation already, and I think that that's a fantastic conversation to continue to have, and I've encouraged Mike to seek that out. Absolutely.
Thank you.
One more moment, if you don't mind. In talking about, we were talking about these .09 funds and your comment about the parking lot. We really need to fix this parking lot. There is some efforts going on with the administrator and the management team there. I believe what we need to do in order to restore this, we need to do it as quickly as we possibly can. There's multiple ways to do rehabilitation on a parking lot. One of them is you can go clean it and then you can spray a sealer. I believe we're beyond the spraying sealer. I think we need to do, it's called a slurry seal. And we need to do a heavy slurry seal. It literally is, you're pouring a new surface on, and then you're driving around a drive-on squeegee. Literally, you're driving this squeegee around, and it's filling the cracks, and it's filling that. And if we don't do something soon, it's going to get much more expensive because we will not be able to rehab it. We will have to replace it, and that is far, far more expensive. So our administrator has already been working diligently on that, and I'm thankful for that. I think we need to get it done yesterday if at all possible.
Yeah. Parking lots, you let them go too long, they become extremely expensive.
Yeah, I have heard a few things about that, but I'm working with Joel and trying to get that fast-tracked as soon as we possibly can. So I'll keep you updated on what's going on with that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Didier.
Last week, pretty light week for myself. I had an agenda meeting on Monday. Prior to the agenda meeting, I went out to the Hapo Center, looked at the stalls and the cleanup, and very well done. Looked at the parking lot, agree wholeheartedly with everything that's been said, and just want to remind everybody that there's another parking lot we own that is just north of the workout facility there, LifeQuest, correct? And it is being utilized by Ben Franklin Transit's vans, and other people are utilizing it as a place to park and ride. And we're getting absolutely nothing out of it. It's a parking lot that we're going to have to maintain, same statute as the parking lot in front of Hapo. It's put in the same year, got the same problems. And this is excess property for the county also. And then I just want to make mention that I forwarded Whitney Connor's presentation, OPD, to Eastern Washington Council of Governments. So hopefully we're going to be able to bring this up before all the commissioners up there and the Eastern Washington Council of Governments on our next meeting, and hopefully start getting a coalition of counties together to have a voice in Olympia. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
So just the other day, I think it was yesterday, attended the greenhouse ribbon cutting ceremony down at, is it 9509 Elm Street here in Pasco. It's the new facility, the greenhouse, that we're going to be growing a lot of fresh vegetables. And it was announced at 1 o'clock, but apparently it was at 10 o'clock. So a lot of people showed up at 1, but everybody had pretty much gone by that time. Last week had the Greater Columbia Behavioral Health. They just came through an audit, went very well, no violations. They're doing a great job over there. Had conversations with citizens and the health department concerning hand washing. I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago. It's coming up again, but apparently out at Hapo, they want each and every bar that sells alcohol to get their own separate license and provide a health wash and hand washing station at each one. Now, the only food item that a bar sells is ice. So that's a very low hazardous item, but the fact that they would want them to buy a permit for each and every bar location is, I think that's pretty far reaching.
HWL went and got a license for that facility. How is that?
They claim they can't get a yearly license on that because the hand washing sinks are not plumbed. But I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed because, in my opinion, it's pretty ridiculous.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah. So, also met with the assessor, John Rosenthal. Senior, veteran, disability, property tax reductions are up about 30%. They had about 700 people on that program last year, and now we're up close to 1,000. The assessor's office is there to help you work through this process. If you have any questions, the income level has been raised for Franklin County anyways, because it's based on the average medium income, 61,000. So if you make less than 61,000 and you are over the age of 61, I encourage you to go speak with the assessor's office, and they'll help you through the process. And also, this also goes to veterans as well. You don't have to be over 61, but if you're a veteran and making less than 61,000, I would go talk to the assessor's office, and they can freeze your value of your property, and then the reduction in taxes is based on your income. So, had the agenda meeting with Mr. Gonzalez, and also had a meeting with the auditor and Tim Anderson, the accountant, about sales tax. Apparently our sales tax are starting to slow down a little bit, so it's something that we want to be cautious of. And on another fact, though, I mean, every year we have a deficit of about $2 million, which is par for the course. It's nothing shocking or new. It's basically comes down to the road shift. But we do want to they are keeping an eye on it. And we do have to be aware that we are now going to a slight decline on that. And also just want to say kudos to our clerk of the board. She worked as an interpreter for the assessor's office this last week. They did not have an interpreter on site, and she stepped in and helped out, and we do appreciate that. Thank you. And that concludes, oh, and I just want to reiterate the night meeting next week at 7 o'clock in this room. So.
And Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
may, I'd like to invite everyone to the Ben Franklin Transit meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, and it's at the Benton County Commissioners Meeting Room. And please come because they're wanting to buy property in Franklin County to build another building out there on Road 100, which is prime real estate. They want to buy it, build another building.
And I'm correct in saying that if they did purchase that, it would pull that property off of the tax rolls for Franklin
Bingo.
County.
That's exactly right. That's my point.
So.
And Ben Franklin Transit, and then the water park will be out there too, another nonprofit that won't pay any taxes.
And as far as the transit goes, I don't think any of us are wanting to
No.
get rid of transit. I mean, it's obviously has a need in our community. But I guess, well, I'm not guessing, but I think there needs to be reallocation of those tax funds. I mean, the public at least needs to know where their dollars are going. I mean, you don't go to the grocery store and buy a whole shopping cart full of tuna fish and get home and think, oh man, I should have bought some lettuce. I mean, our tax dollars are going to the transit in such a huge amount that the rest of the county is in peril, in my opinion. We have this new 911 emergency tax ask that's going to be out there. It's going to be huge, since I think Franklin County's portion is 18 million. You know, and to put that into perspective, Franklin County has about 600,000 in their reserves, and Franklin and the transit, not counting what funds they have for building, I think they're still in a surplus of $23 million. And I think it's just that the public needs to be aware of how their money is being spent and how it's being allocated, because we cannot continue to raise taxes on the citizens of Franklin County. And as far as the dial-a-ride goes, they brought on an independent company to cover the overtime. Didn't cut anybody's hours. I was on the board at the time, and the dial-a-ride drivers were complaining of the mandatory overtime. So Rochelle went out and hired an independent company to cover the overtime so that they would work, that the dial-a-ride drivers would work their regular scheduled 40-hour week, and the overtime was only given to the dial-a-ride group that came in. So like I said, it wasn't to get rid of dial-a-ride, it was just to try to ease some of the burden of all the overtime. I mean, when I was there were 19 people out. Well, do you hire 19 more people just to lay them off? No. And so with all that overtime, the drivers were complaining about the mandatory overtime. So she went out and found a avenue that would cover and provide the same services for the citizens out there on dial-a-ride. So I just want to make that clear. And like I said, it's up to the people. It's the people's money that's being spent. So the people should be aware of how their money is being spent, and they should have a voice in where it's allocated. And that's my report for this week. Thank you. So moving on to administrative office business. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair, and I think your comments segue nicely into what we're going to talk about. I know Commissioner Didier has been asking me to work with the auditor's office on formulating a budget workshop. Had a chance to chat with Tim about this presentation a little bit, and he has some notes that he wanted to share, but wanted to really tee it up for the commissioners and get the conversation going. And just so you know, I did vet this presentation through Tim Anderson, our operating officer, and he thought it was a pretty good one. And but this really gets the conversation going, kind of what we want to see moving forward. There's some, in the financial study that we performed recently, there was some suggestions. So I think this gives us an opportunity to say, we're not going to do that. Let's proceed with that and put it on the record and continue to move forward. And again, to remind the commission and the public, Tim is finishing up what they call their yearly annual report. He'll be done in a couple of weeks, and he said then him and I will work really closely together to formulate the budget early, start working with varied elected officials and department heads. So, and we'll get out ahead of this thing early. And again, and I think I made this point last Wednesday, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that the public doesn't necessarily see, but we've been working hard. And I think, again, this is just kind of another layer of that process. So Austin, I've got a presentation here on my laptop. If you can fire this up for me, I've got it open, and I'm plugged into this particular one. So commissioners, this is a slide you guys are familiar with. Based on the study that we did earlier this year, there was projections that we'd be anywhere between 3 to 7 million, and to put on the record, that 7 million number really was on the high side because of ARPA funding that we had. So, but I will say that might be closer to coming to fruition depending on how this OPD stuff plays out. So, again, you know, the way we're built as counties and the way we can generate revenue, we're just not built like cities. So we're certainly at a disadvantage from the start when you compare us to cities like Pasco and the way we collect sales and sales tax and property tax. So this is what we collect traditionally with sales tax and property tax, 14.6 million, 19.7. And you can see the percentages of our total revenue and what they are in our general fund. That equates to a little more than $34 million, and that's our primary funding source. And as you alluded to, Commissioner Mullen, sales tax can vary. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's not as good, but even as good, we've had it over the years, and the growth that we've seen, we're the fastest growing county in all of Washington State. Our sales tax still can't keep up with the demands that we have. Here's a little bit about the population growth, and you can see that trajectory and the 10-year growth pattern. And you consider in 2010, we were at 78,000 people. By 2020, 96,000. And then now here in 2024, we're well over 100,000, and we continue to grow. Here's some of our costs. These were coming into the 2024 budget. Public defense, we've already exceeded that 1.5 million. That's something we budgeted this year for around 2.3 million, just because of the added expenses already that we're seeing. District court, you see the clerk of the court, what those cost. Sheriffs and corrections, obviously, this is our public safety budget. So you consider that's about half, a little more than half of what we spend. That's our bailiwick. We perform a very important function in the county jail, prosecuting attorney's office, public defense, which is mandated by the Constitution, just to keep the courthouse maintained and the other functions. So I think the board has alluded to, you know, just how important the county is, and sometimes people forget all the functions that we perform, not to mention a $1 billion ag industry where we have to keep roads really well maintained for the trucks that feed not only the nation but the world. Another point I wanted to make was our staffing levels. We run very lean here. We're very good stewards of the money. Our commissioners are very good stewards of the money. You compare, you know, per thousand population to our FTEs. So here in 2024, we're at 2.84 employees per thousand population. You compare us to a Grant County who's of similar size, they're at 6.67 employees per 1,000. So you see how we operate. They've got 686 employees. We're close to 300 at our max, and typically we run under that because we're not fully staffed right now. Here's some sustainability strategies. Highlighted in yellow are some of the fastest ways to get to financial solvency. The red marks are some of the things that we've put into motion. So this is really what I wanted to discuss. Probably the most important part of the presentation, just to talk about some of these options here, commissioners, and get your thoughts, and so we can get a direction in the commissioner's office, and we can work with the PA's office and Jason Valentine on the government affairs elements of it. So number one, sale, lease of county-owned real estate. Obviously, I think one of the things that we've been on the record about is just how valuable some of the HAPO Center parcels are. I will say, I believe that will be part of the HAPO Center master planning process to identify those parcels, see what they're worth, evaluate if we decide to lease or sell those, and what the value of those are. So I'll open the floor to the commissioners to get their thoughts on that one. And I can proceed if there.
Well, no, that's part of the master plan. We're just
Right.
waiting for HWL
Absolutely.
to come up.
Yes.
They're marketers. They know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
So I'm anxious to see what they have in store.
Yeah, I mean, I would be in favor of leasing the property because that's a continual income for perpetuity, whereas if you sell it, the money will be
Right, it's a one-time deal.
used. Yeah.
I
Not
think
that-
that just needs to be considered carefully because the way that it's presented here somewhat is that it's a potential source of filling a budget gap, and a sale, as we've discussed in the past, that should go into reserves, not as a way to fill a gap. So I think that needs to be a careful consideration through that process. And if it's a lease, that's different versus a sale. Need to be handled carefully there.
So commissioners, something that we've been in the process of doing is identifying all the assets that we own, and then also the parcels that we own. So that'll be part of the master planning process. So number two, this was something that was brought to us, and reading the tea leaves, this is something that the board is not in favor of, is this property tax lid lift. To give some context on it, the board would have to decide to put it out to voters. So I want to let the public know this is not something the board decides. It's up to the voters, but it's up to the board to decide to put it on the ballot. Certainly is time, so I wanted to get consensus from the board. Do we want to ixnay this for sure, or do we want to entertain this at all?
I just feel that the citizens of Franklin County are already pretty much taxed to the limit. Can't just keep taxing the people and expecting them to either stay here, or you tax someone to the point that where there's no incentive to even live here, then it's pretty defeating. I know myself, when years ago I was in Arizona and I went and bought something, and it just didn't add up till I looked at the sales tax being at 10.9%. And that was a real eye-opener. You think, oh, it's just a little bit more, it's a little bit more. Well, eventually you get to the point where there is no more. So we need to look for other alternatives to either cut in some areas and redistribute the tax, but I am not in favor of raising any taxes.
I too am not in favor of it. They already got a tax increase when the valuations came out, and at the time we were at 104% of the valuation, and now it's down in the 90s. But I don't know why, as a county, we think we got to be mandated by the state to play their game. I would like to see people resist tax increases rather than comply and go along with. There's entities out there that are buying this farmland that are not going to try to make a living off of it. And I'm talking about the teachers and the pensions, the unions. and they're buying this ground at exorbitant rates, driving up the values, and we're paying higher taxes because of it. And I think we're taxed enough. I think the citizens of Franklin County are not in favor of levy lead lift. The people I've talked to are not in favor of it, and therefore I'm not in favor of it.
My opinion is it's
Okay.
like a death of 1,000 cuts. You know,
And I will say that
then you bleed to death.
I will say I'm in the community quite a bit, and I don't think there's a real desire for people to have their taxes raised. And I think a little bit was sticker shock of kind of how the values have risen in Franklin County, and you know, to put that, and I don't want to really inject my opinion into this, but I just anecdotally speaking, I think the citizens feel somewhat tired from taxation. So
I believe the lid lift needs to be put to bed.
okay, it is dead. Thank you, sir. Moving on, and this is something we've discussed a little bit, commissioners, is the 911 sales tax option, and I think this board has expressed to move forward with that, and I know the sheriff's office is in favor of that. And again, this is a sales tax that would have to go on the ballot, and again, it would support a specific initiative, which would be the infrastructure for our radio systems. It wouldn't be, and I believe Marcus is here. He could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there's flexibility in the use for this. You could buy radios and also support the infrastructure. So that's my understanding anyway. But again, as a lot of folks know or are starting to hear about, our radio system, it's on its last leg. It's pretty much held together with Band-Aids, so it's a real necessity. So I think we've got consensus on this one.
With that, is there a limit to how long that tax would be? Because this is such a large ask, and that's why the need for it. But I just would hate to see it continue once the
And that's
ask
something
is
I
met.
don't know, and I can look into. I believe you can put a sunset on it if you want, but I believe you could also make it perpetual. Again, it depends what the threshold for the voters are, but let me look into that, Chair, and I'll find out. And I'm sure it's an answer that we could easily get.
Thank you.
So I wouldn't say that there's a consensus about moving forward this. I believe this is a workshop agenda that is coming up
It
towards the
is,
end of the
yes,
month.
sir.
So I would like to see that workshop and the information and proceed from that point.
And that workshop is coming up on the 22nd, I believe. So yeah, that should be we're gathering information as we go along. So that should be a really good one. The public facilities sales tax, I'm going to skip that one because that's one that was intended to, you could tax easements and things like that, which I floated that by some of either the PUDs and it kind of went over like a wet blanket in January. So the speed of that, it would take quite a bit of time to formulate those things, and so I wanted to kind of stick to the more impactful things. The government relations program in red is something that Jason's been doing a good job on. So he's finally gotten finished up with the congressional spending asks. So he's going to get into sort of the next phase of really going after specific grants and working with department heads and elected officials. So that's something we're actively engaged in. We don't have a grants coordinator. There are some in the works. BF COG has somebody that they're about to hire so that we could leverage. So I think we're going to have to go that route, at least for the short term, so we don't hire any additional folks. 1% property tax increase. I believe that we did that last year. Of course, we can do that again this year if we so choose to. So that's something, again, that's the max amount we can go.
So wanted to make a comment about the government relations program. I really appreciate, Jason, you working closely with me in trying to work closely with our elected legislators, I asked Jason on my behalf, reached out to all of our departments within the county. And one thing that we're finding is we need to have a coordinated and a consistent message with the background information as far as what our ask is, why it is, and with supporting documentation. So on my behalf, Jason reached out to all of our departments, asked them for their needs and wants as far as, spending and grants. And thankfully, a few responded. Didn't get any response from a number of departments. Was really disappointed in that. Appreciate Jason's reaching out multiple times. And there was a number of departments that said, we've got this, we have our own mechanism. And so I believe that as a county, we need to have a cohesive message. And there was some that was willing to join that message and some were not. And so, Jason, thank you for your consistent work on that.
And Jason's doing his work because he reminded me that the 911 presentation will be the 29th, not the 22nd. So thank you. He has attention to detail, guys. So appreciate that, Jason. Moving along, Chair, appraise 100% of new construction. I've talked to John about that in our assessor's office. He believes that he can do that. A lot depends on how new construction is going. Commissioner Mullen and I were talking to him yesterday. It looks like we're going to have another pretty good year. I mean, typically that's a $300,000 impact to our budget, so he's diligently working on that. I'll skip over countywide schedule of fees and charges. That's something various departments are looking at. A lot of by statute are baked into what we can charge folks. One thing Derek Bratton is doing is he's looking at some of all the fees that they've charged over the years. The sticky wicket and balancing act of that is we don't want to charge our constituents too much for services. So it's, again, a different way to tax people. So we have to be very careful of what we do there. Franchise fees and impact fees, those are working with jurisdictional partners like Franklin PUD and the city to, again, with easements and maybe charging certain fees to be on a light pole. Those do take a long time, so sticking, to the most impactful. Strategic salary increases for key positions, I think that's off the table right now as we look through this process. Employee retention, recruitment, succession plans, that's something I am doing with my department heads. I'm meeting with them 2 times a month, and they've all been given reviews this year, and have talked to a few that are close to retirement about, their future plans. So definitely thinking ahead, at least, and I can't obviously regulate elected officials, but in my departments, I'm starting to do some of those things. 13 and 14, we can skip that over, go right to number 15. And this is something I've been working really hard on with our HR director, Margot Wilder, and controlling HRA VIBA costs, and just looking at different ways we can perhaps redistribute that. And I certainly know this is an emotional issue for a lot of employees, but the reality is where we're at, we are going to have to make some adjustments. I mean, it's different with the bargaining units. They have more powers to negotiate certain things, but don't want to negotiate here in public. But that is something that that we're going to have to flex on and look at, and for the good of the county. Adopting financial policies, we're doing that, and here and there, that's a process. Quarterly budget reviews, that's something I'm going to start to work with Tim with, and biennial budgeting, probably not in the cards right now. We here at the county do annual budgets, but I do see some opportunities there. In particular with the VIBA, the 911 sales tax, and the sale of property. Those are really the 3 impactful ways. And if I get board consensus, I'll continue to work with Tim Anderson on those topics. And here's just some more information for the public and for the board on Strategy 1, so you could see the value of what that land has at the HAPO Center. The center itself is valued according to our assessor's office, around $50 million. That's for the building itself. You see the surrounding lands, 43 acres, roughly $30 million, 783 per acre. I've seen even acres worth more than that. On occasion, people will reach out wanting to buy the land unsolicited, so that's always an interesting thing. Other locations that we have in our possession, the 13 acres in addition to the 43 and the 27 that the HAPO Center sits on. This one we can skip because we're not going to do a lid lift. And here's a little bit more information about that 911 sales tax. Counties may enact the tax of 0.2% for emergency communications. Revenues may be used to purchase, construct, operate, maintain emergency communication systems. We believe it would raise around $5.4 million per year based on this year's projections. Here's a little bit about VEBA. Right now, VEBA contributions are optional by the board. We do, and we've done pretty extensive looks at this. We contribute more than all of our peers. The costs have risen 88% over the past 5 years for us, and 17.7% per year that we've continued to contribute to this, and you can see the upward trajectory. 2019, we spent $1.325 million. By 2024, we've injected 2.4 into the VEBA costs. And adopting financial policies, that's always a work in progress. And really my goal this year is to work closer with Tim and just continue to adopt those. They're a good thing, and I think working with Tim and the auditor's office and Matt Beaton will be a good thing to create some of these just for financial controls and giving us a really good way to direct our financial strategy. Some GFOA recommendations. I mean, if things get really tough, we do have to be realistic and think about some of these things just as we're looking ahead, because things are going to be tight. I've been talking to Tim quite a bit, and we don't want to get here if we don't have to, but these are some of the things that we may have to talk about: freezing positions, better managing overtime, addressing healthcare costs, wage freezes, and these are things that the Government Accountability Office, these are strategies that you can implement that are controllable. It requires effort, obviously, but I just wanted to put that out for the board. Purchasing is another area that we could look at closely. That could be topics as Tim and I really dig into this. Renegotiating, rebidding contracts, audit routine purchases, eliminate non-essential contracts. So that's something that I'm looking at in our departments. What can we spend that's reasonable and not? And one caution that they do have is you don't want to put too much, you don't want to over-regulate, because then things just get kicked down the road. So you have to sort of balance the everyday working of government with too many restrictions, because we still have to keep our lights on and do the work of the people. So it's definitely a balancing act with restrictions. Just to close it out, Chair, just some other things to consider, as we're looking at this, and I'll start to look at these more nuanced issues with Tim Anderson. Where do our revenues stand, and what can we expect for the next 6 months to a year? As you're working with Tim, and he's very accessible. It doesn't look like we're getting the same revenue streams. What are our expenditures within budget? How much can we rein them in? What I've learned in my 14 months here is we run very lean. Most of our costs are in personnel, up to 65%, and much of those expenses are in public service and in public safety. So it's it's difficult. You go to cut paper or something out, and we don't spend a ton on those kind of things. So and what's the expectation for growth? We know Franklin County is going to grow. They're going to expect the services, but they also we run lean. So and to close it out, are there any structural things that we can change? how realistic are revenue raising options right now. We don't have a ton of options. Been working with Jeff Briggs a little bit to see if, one of the things that generates a pretty good revenue source is our RV park. Believe it or not, it's our most successful thing at Franklin County. And we have $400,000 in reserves in our RV park. And there's some thought that you can take some of those revenues, or at least we're exploring it, and can we put that into current expense to plug some gaps? And if you have successful things like that, how can we leverage those to provide better services to the county? So that's all kind of start I think I've got a good idea of where we're going to go, and I'll continue to work with Tim Anderson as we formulate. So I'm expecting later this month, probably early June, to have Tim here in our presence and really get the ball rolling.
And if I could add just briefly to the discussion, I did look up the E911 tax. Doesn't look like there's a sunset provision in the statute. So I don't know how, I think you'd have to pass it in accordance with the statute, which would mean that it would not have a sunset clause. However, it would be subject to referendum by the voters. So
I guess my question on that would be, I saw it said up to a 0.02% tax. The mental health tax is 0.01, and how much should we raise on that in just 1 year's time?
Oh, right now, Chair, we've got a little bit more than $6 million in that fund. So you figure if it's half, we're probably raising $2 million is what I think.
When did we pass that?
Yeah,
a little over a year ago, and so that's my point. If 0.01% raised roughly $6 million in 1 year.
It's been longer than that.
Has it? Yeah, because I think and I'm not sure. I'll have to check when it.
When I did my math, I came up with $3 million per 1/10 of 1%.
Okay.
That's why I came up with $18 million for the 0.6 of 1% in Franklin County to Ben Franklin Transit. $1 million, you could move a lot of people around with those via contractors that are paying taxes. That's a private business that pays taxes also. By creating these government entities and being run from the top down, from the federal and the state telling us what buses and everything, it tells us how we're going to run it. Again, I'm getting off course here, but it's roughly $3 million a year on the 0.01 in Franklin County.
So how long has the mental health tax been in effect? Because
It's been about 2 years.
Has it been 2 years?
Yeah.
March of 22? Okay. So
time's
a little
not
over
slowing
2
down
years.
for
time
any
goes
of
by
us.
pretty fast.
It goes faster the older you get.
Yeah, speed runner if he gets faster. Well, that's another point too, is, this climate tax that's put on, it's all government, it's all money that's taken from the taxpayer. The government doesn't have any money that it doesn't take from its citizens. And so, the climate tax that they're, worried that they may lose, not really losing it, just get it redistributed somewhere else where it's needed. And not to say that there's no need there, but obviously as many empty buses as we have, there could be some adjustments made. And
Well, they're spending that climate money as fast as they can. The Department of Commerce, in that meeting that I was in, pre-COVID, there were a little over 300 employees in the Washington State Department of Commerce, and they're now well over 700. And so that's 2020 to 2024, that they've more than doubled their staffing levels.
And every one of those staffing members gets a retirement, healthcare benefits, the whole thing.
I would just like to say thank you to all the employees of Franklin County, because we run a
Absolutely.
very tight ship. And when you look at our peer counties, they all have more employees than we do. So we do a very good job with the people that we have. And so I just want to say thank you to all the employees of Franklin County. Do a great job.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Does that conclude your?
Yes, sir.
Administrator? Okay, so moving on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, state your name and you have 3 minutes. And I will add that there's callers on the phone, and when you're listening through the internet. There is a time delay, so it's not that we're forgetting about you, or if you're calling in too late. I guess just be aware that there is the time delay. We had a caller that wanted to call in at the first public comment and missed it because of that time delay. So if there's anyone in the room for public comment, please come forward. If not, we'll go to the phones.
Thanks for the 3 minutes. I greatly appreciate it. You know, sometimes there's sparkles of high hope. You see Mike calling for open comments on YouTube, on public forums like Facebook. Sean comes up and says, poo-poo on some of that idea. Be careful. Once you start allowing comments, you can't stop the comments. That's true. Can't really edit them. And Clinton Didier likes to remind everyone that I'm the caller. I think you should say my name, though. But that's just a personal opinion. He seemed to learn free speech recently, and it's a disgrace. But maybe maybe he just fell into the swamp, into the toilet bowl. Maybe he's not the scum on the ring. Maybe with things like public comments and pushing it towards opening it up to that, maybe more whistleblowers. Maybe the county could just save some money on not having to hire so many new employees, because maybe then their bosses wouldn't be such douches all the time. Maybe you wouldn't have people like Jim Raymond intimidating witnesses and threatening people constantly. But, you know, you may be able to hang up on a caller when they use what you call swear words, but those are hard to define what is swear words, and one is expressing to your lack of competency as a public official. It's more than ironic that now you guys want to open up public comments. I think it's the most basic way to allow access, right? Because if there's something going on, somebody has the right to say it. If there's something wrong, somebody says, YouTube will edit it. YouTube and Facebook won't allow, look how much, I mean, that's all over the news. Everyone knows that they censor comments that are politically incorrect. But you need to allow the comments to be rendered in the time and manner. And there will be case law coming up soon that mentions these things. So while there is case law already saying you can't take off the comments, there's going to be coming case law soon that says you have to open up the comments because, well, your Attorney General, Bob Ferguson, I think he's going to be saying that soon, too, in a letter. So you'll see. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? Hearing, seeing none. Well, we do have another caller on the line. Thank you.
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Kathleen Koch. I'm the city administrator for the city of Connell. And I just wanted to comment this morning you had an agenda item for the 0910s funding. And I am one of the members on the 910s committee. And we're just one of the jurisdictions that sit on that committee and make recommendations to you. We were actually kind of surprised this morning to hear that the 910s funding was on the agenda for consideration for the HAPO Center, because last we heard in April the item would be workshopped, and we were waiting to hear when we would be able to meet with you as the commissioners to talk about that item. So I would just respectfully request that the commissioners reconsider even looking at that item until we do a workshop and really hear from the committee and take an opportunity to hear about everything that we're recommending to the commissioners instead of just the HAPO Center. That was one of a number of items that we were recommending. If you have any questions, or if Mr. Gonzalez would like to get in touch with myself or any of the committee members, we'd be happy to discuss that any further and be in front of you to answer questions and do any sort of presentation needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers on the phone?
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I just want to say, hot damn, Sean Sant, you have got it all correct, and I appreciate you informing the commissioners that Brad Peck was right all along. And freedom of speech is very important, and I've been watching the entire time. And it's crazy to think of how many times Clint Didier and that other guy, I don't remember his name, but he would interrupt people whether they had a disability. I don't know if anyone remembers when someone had some talking machine and he was like, oh, well, I don't know what this is, so we should cut it off. But Brad Peck, he said, wait a second, we could be liable. This might be an assistive device. And I just want to say that everyone who shunned Brad Peck and said that he was out of order or he didn't have the idea of, you know, what the commissioners wanted or whatever it was, or even that stupid website of shaming him because he knew the law and he knew what was right. So I tip my hat off to you, Sean Sant, because you just validated Brad Peck the entire time when everyone else was turning against him. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers on the phone?
No.
No. Anybody else in the room? Moving on, do we have a need for executive session today?
Yes, sir, we do. And Jeff has those numbers.
So my suggestion, we have need for an executive session and a closed session. Given that we have a workshop immediately following, I'm suggesting we push the closed session until after the workshop.
Okay.
So the executive session we need is under RCW 4230, 110-1I, potential litigation. This should be really brief for once, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. And under what code are we gonna?
4230, 110-1I.
Right.
Potential litigation. And so myself would be present as well as the board, and we have a new civil attorney, Mackenzie Lloyd, will also be present.
Welcome. I wondered who was sitting over there.
And Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I know Commissioner Baumann expressed to me that he may want something within that same framework. So can we extend it for
You want 5?
10?
You want 5, I want 5, so let's have it for 10.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Sounds good.
So at this point, we'll go into executive session for approximately 10 minutes. The time now is 11:52. So we will go into executive session for approximately 10 minutes.
So we're gonna do closed session after.
Yeah, I don't want to keep all those people waiting. I feel bad because this one's going to take a little bit longer.
Welcome to Franklin County, by the way.
Come out of executive session. We've come out of executive session. If there's no more further business for the good of the county,
No, sir, we are through.
this meeting is adjourned. We will take a 10-minute recess, and then we will start the workshop process.
And Chair, if I may, real quickly, we have our guests from Lords, and I'd like them to go first if we can amend the agenda. And we could do it when we come back from recess. And respectfully, Craig, just so, I know they've spent all morning here, so forgive me. But ultimately, I don't want to make them be here any longer than they have to be because they've been really patient.
They have, and appreciate the patience.
Yeah, forgive me, Craig, for that. I meant to tell
Thank
you.
you. Welcome, everybody. It's Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. We're here for the workshop from Franklin County. And our first presentation today will be Lourdes Sobering Center Workshop presentation.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Welcome. I apologize for the long wait. I do appreciate it.
And I'm gonna tee up another presentation. It's theirs, and let me get to that in my email. And Chair, if I may, I'd like to introduce Nelly Navarrete. She's a Senior Director of Behavioral Health at Lourdes, and also Mauricio Gomez, Director of Community Outreach. And we've got Mark Holyoke, the CEO, here as well. So we appreciate them coming.
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so your slideshow is teed up.
We are here to present on a sobering center that we want to open up here in Franklin County. It will be a sobering center. Is it on? There, okay. The Sobering Center approach is intended to divert individuals with low acuity intoxication from overcrowded emergency departments and jails to a safe place where they can gain sobriety and to access links to treatment, housing, and other unmet social needs. The participation is voluntary and patients are free to leave at any time with a minimum average stay of 3 to 4 hours and up to 23 hours. In October of 2023, the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee approved Lourdes to open a sobering center that will be funded by the 0.01% tax for behavioral health. And our plan is to open it up not far from here. If you can go to slide 3. Located on 516 West Margaret Street. So it is a building that's managed by Lourdes. And that is where we were looking at implementing this program. So benefits.
Yep, just right behind us. Yep.
Yeah.
So benefits of the Sobering Center. Overall, many police agencies reported experiencing multiple benefits from using a sobering center. The overwhelming majority of representatives agreed sobering centers save resources from hospitals and other emergency departments, connect the individual to additional resources, provide a better alternative for an individual than going to jail, save officer time and resources. Officers viewed sobering centers as a useful approach to public inebriation. Officers viewed sobering centers as a less stressful approach than arrest. We've done some research and have reached out to King County. They operate a sobering center. And so, you know, they've given very good feedback in how they manage it and how they work with law enforcement and how successful it is and how it supports their need of the community there and how it also supports overcrowding the emergency departments and jail services when someone is out in public intoxicated and not necessarily committing a crime. More benefits with having the sobering center. It decreases the number of inappropriate ambulance trips to the emergency department for homeless population that are dependent on alcohol, decrease the number of inappropriate ED visits for homeless alcohol-dependent individuals. And then research also suggests that sobering centers can safely care for intoxicated individuals and may offer substantial cost savings in national healthcare spending. By offering an alternative to emergency rooms and jails, these centers significantly reduce the burden on law enforcement and healthcare systems. They also help mitigate the potential harms for public intoxication, which can be very significant. The location that we picked out was strategic. We have it close by to our ED in the event that we do need emergency services for someone that comes to the program. And it's also close to law enforcement, so it would be, you know, not far from those services that are needed. So it was strategized that way, and it's a building that's already available, and it's in good shape, just a little bit of adjustments that need to be made, but other than that, it's a good location, in our opinion, for this Sobering Center. And I'll have Mauricio share on this data here.
And the next slide basically is the dashboard for Benton and Franklin Health District. Basically show how is the increase of overdose from opiates is affecting the Tri-Cities. And basically Benton and Franklin
Would
County.
you talk into the mic a little bit closer, please?
Yes. So right here in Franklin County, the overdose healthcare encounters increased 34.45% from 2022 to 2023 in Franklin County. In Benton County is 5% increase. Why Franklin County is more? Because we have more more residents, the community is increasing here, the population. So the numbers that are here is for February 2nd, 2024, and it's also the number for the male overdose fatality rate. For that month was increased 2.50%. The last one that I saw this morning went to 250%. So that is in the Benton and Franklin Health District website. So anybody can go there and look for that. We can go for the next. So one of the main things having a Sobering Center is how can help the residents for Franklin County and also Benton County. The main thing is to able to provide a safe place for clients to sober up and get education and resources. One of the main things that we want to do is do the harm reduction education, that we can provide Narcan distribution, education about HIV, Hep C, hepatitis C, and connected with resources for housing and inpatient and outpatient substance abuse treatment. So the goal is to have a place where the individual can go there. We can have other programs from LORS that we already have, meet with them and transfer to other facilities. Like another facility that we have is the Crisis Stabilization Unit that we have already in the LORS Behavioral Health Campus. And we can transfer for our own peer counselors, transfer there and go to other facilities. It's like somebody go there and leave. We want to try to connect it to avoid them to go back to go to jail or overdose on any drugs. And also we want to have like distribution of fentanyl strip tests, so be sure that nobody reduce the number of overdose, and have somebody there as a staffing, have peer counselors, somebody who has a living experience about substance abuse. They understand what is going through that disease. So having somebody with life experience help to connect with the clients. They allow them to understand what's going on emotionally, physically, and they can engage better in going to outpatient treatment. The goal for this program is to have withdrawal management aides, and we have peer counselors, and also have a SUDP, a substance use professional, to do assessment and transfer clients from there to outpatient services. And this is a program that is going to be open 24/7, and it's going to be the no wrong door. Anybody can go there regardless the insurance or legal status. So the goal is to have a service that's not available in the community and try to make the difference for the residents in Tri-Cities. Any questions about this?
So would this take some of the burden off of the emergency room at Lourdes?
It would. Yes.
I just, speaking from personal experience, the staff at Lourdes does an excellent job, because when I had to take a family member in there were no beds, because they were filled with people that were either coming down or needing some type of adjustment. I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah.
But the verbal abuse that came from those people to the staff at Lord's was way beyond imaginability. I couldn't. Kudos to your staff. So it would take a burden off of that emergency room, is that correct?
Yes, it would definitely take a burden off the emergency rooms. This is a level of care that, you know, where we would be able to support and monitor someone that is intoxicated, that it could be potentially at risk. You know, if we were to need emergency care, then we would, you know, facilitate that. But what we would have is, you know, staff there monitoring and being able to ensure that that person is withdrawing safely, sobering up. And if they need any higher level of care, we would coordinate that for them.
And so if the sheriff's department is able to drop people off there rather than taking them to jail, where does the voluntary stay come into effect? Because obviously, if the sheriff's department has picked them up and drops them off with you, can they just walk out the door at that point?
When they're voluntary, yes, and we would make every effort to encourage them to stay and then connect them to services and do a follow-up with them as well. So our plan is, once they come in, or if they don't come in, is really to have someone there that can help in that situation. It's like a crisis walk-in. You know, for lack of a better word, but it would be to encourage them to engage into services. And I think that's where having a peer counselor would be very successful because they have that lived experience. They can speak from that experience. A lot of the times people are scared to make that step.
Sure.
And so when you have someone that already has lived through that and can work with them and coach them and encourage them, it really has made a difference in our other programs that we currently have. It just makes a significant difference.
I guess going back to my question, if the sheriff's department picks an individual up and they're wanting to take them to jail, but you're an option, what happens when they just walk right back out the door? Does the sheriff's department then again rearrest them?
It would, you know, depend on what the sheriff decides. If they're committing a crime, then, you know, they meet that criteria, then that's the decision the sheriff would need to make. As long as for us, as far as services go, if it's voluntary and they want to be there, we can take them. If they don't want to be there, then we can't force them to be there because they have those patient rights.
All right.
You know, and then we would just give them some resources that they can, you know, follow through with, and we will try to connect them with alternatives.
It is the same program that we used to have the crisis stabilization unit. We used to have the jail diversion program where the police can go arrest somebody for trespassing, but due to the mental illness, they are no fit for jail. They send it to our program, and this is a voluntary program as well. If the client wants to leave, we have to report to the police, this client wants to leave right now, and they can come and pick it up. But in this case, they can walk out of the facility. That is in discretion of the officer. The officer believes this individual is better to be in a sobering center because he trespassed due to intoxication. It's going to be in the officer discretion, and we are happy to work with them wherever they need.
All right. But the intent would be to encourage them to stay rather than walking out and going to the emergency room.
Correct.
Yeah, and my experience working in detox, I used to work in detox when we had here in Pasco in the South 7th Avenue. I was there for 8 years. And when you have a good approach with the individual, try to encourage him to stay, understand what's going on, they usually stay. It's just few people who want to leave. Most of the people who don't want to stay there is because they are in severe withdrawal symptoms, somebody who withdraw for opiates or fentanyl or heroin, something like that. But we don't have that high number. Usually they sleep or they want to eat, and a couple hours later they sober up and connected. The difference in that time was we don't have nobody to transport to other facilities. Now with the programs that we have at Lord's, we can do that if the clients agree to participate in the program.
And would your funding come only from the .01 tax?
Our request is to be funded 100% by that tax money in order for it to be feasible and sustainable. Otherwise, it would not sustain. We would have that same situation we have with, our detox facility that we had, where if it's not funded, then, it can't sustain. The reimbursement rate is extremely low if we go through a managed care organization, and private insurances don't cover it, so.
So
that's
what
our
would the
intent.
cost be?
We proposed that, and I think Mike has that information.
Yes, sir. Let me look. It's in our packet. Let me jump on that real quick. And I can say, because I know it's anywhere, some of the figures you've given us have been anywhere from 600,000 to all the way up to $1 million, depending on the services you provide.
Mm-hmm.
So that can be flexible based on staffing levels and services provided. And Chair, I'll add, I have had a conversation with Matt Rasmussen, and there is a Ben Franklin Health Advisory Board meeting tomorrow, which this will be an agenda topic. So the discussion on the floor will really be, will Benton County help us pay for something like this? The thing that has been expressed to me by Matt was the game plan is for the KGH to be open in 18 months or so. That is best case scenario. You guys know development, how that works. Sometimes the best case scenario winds up being 2 or 3 years. So really the question becomes, what do you do in the meantime? Because there's some resistance out there to say, well, just wait 18 months, basically 2 years, right? Do we wait 2 years? Well, just look outside our courthouse. And I don't want to seem like I'm advocating, I want to stay neutral, but you look in downtown Pasco, do we help service these people in the short term that need the help? And I can say the sheriff's department here has been on the record. They are very supportive of this because we get those situations where people come in, they're on drugs, and our corrections officers wind up being support services for mental health, for physical health. And I know during my days in Pasco, our police officers were desperate for something like this, to be able to bring people into a situation like this where they can get detox so they don't die or they don't, hurt themselves or other people. And so anyhow, so that's kind of the scenario. So this will be a topic for tomorrow's Ben Franklin Health Advisory Board meeting. So they are considering it. And I can say I do want to let the public know there's been a little resistance because of the timing. Because the resistance has been, if we set this up in Pasco, then in 18 months that opens. There might be some duplication of the services, but I've heard anecdotally out there, KGH is far from 18 months being completed. So it's really that decision of how we fund it, what is the timing actually going to be of KGH, and the need is great in the meantime. So those are really kind of elephant in the room discussion topics that are out there.
So what if it relieves any burden off the sheriff's department? Is there any funding that can come from them?
From their current expense fund, I know Marcus is here. As you know, things are running pretty tight. The intent of this mental health tax is for things like this. The school of thought that Benton County has had with their .01 taxes, we're saving that up for KGH as much as we can. And they've been on the record in the Health Advisory Board meetings, and please jump in if you feel like you have anything to add. So my feeling is, and I don't want to speak for Benton County, but reading between the lines, is their preference would be not to fund this, but they're open to discussion of it tomorrow at the Benton Franklin Health Advisory meeting to kind of gauge the temperature of that particular body to see, okay, is this the best use? But I will also say this, that we do have the authority to use those funds as we deem necessary in Franklin County, irrespective of Benton County. So we certainly could help foot the bill. And I know the intent is for you guys to have this supported wholly with that tax dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at some of the risks that our jail faces, and I'm sure Marcus could speak to this if he so chooses to, if you allow it, Chair. You know, we face varying times when people come in on drugs and, you know, and they attack our guards or they hurt themselves. And this would be money, in my opinion, well spent. It would mitigate the risk from us in certain circumstances, and the need is great. And I mean, I've been working with businesses in downtown
There's
for years.
definitely a need, because all you have to do is walk down the
Yes.
street.
Yeah, and the most important, what I talked to Mike, we are open to work with Ventura and Franklin County all the time. But if the program is going to be only funding for Franklin County, we're happy to do as well. So the most important is how it's going to impact the community and how it's going to impact the life of the Franklin County residents. So that's the way we are looking at that.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Commissioner.
I have a few questions. Are you expecting these monies that we have in this .01 funds, I call them, but it's health crisis funds, do you expect it to pay the building and all the salaries?
Yes, that was the proposal for the,
Okay.
for the salaries.
And is this a fill gap until that center is complete? Once it's complete, are you wanting to continue this operation so it'll be like a double?
Well, ideally, we would like to continue it. I mean, it's need in the community, and it can be in, you know, both counties.
Okay, and then
Definitely.
And the last thing is location. We're going into another workshop for the security of the courthouse. This is located right across the street. We've already got people that are weary of this back gate, and if we have people being delivered that can freely leave, I think we're creating a problem for the courthouse with this location.
And even if it's a perception, that could be a reality if someone got released on their own recognizance and walked out. Yeah, I mean, I can see that raising some eyebrows with staff and especially female employees who walk in that area.
I come in and out of that gate and I make sure it locks. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's not locked when I walk up to it, so people.
I do the same, because it's, yeah.
I guess it kinda-
It's a great, what you're doing is needed, but I don't like the location because we already have a problem with security at the courthouse and I don't want to add to it.
We would have security there as well, at that facility. And, you know, I think, I hear the concern, but I think regardless of where we place it, people are gonna go where they wanna go, right? And so, you know, by us providing the service, we'll have staff there that can, you know, make sure that if there's any safety concerns coming up, then we would call the right people to assist in those kinds of cases.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, Commissioner Bauman.
Thank you for your presentation today. Some of them statistics that you shared on that dashboard are some staggering and sad statistics in our community. I am very much in favor of a facility like this. I think it's the reason that we passed this funding a little bit over 2 years ago, and I believe that it's a critical need today. I spent a lot of time in Pasco downtown over the weekend, and I seen that almost any location that I was in all of downtown, there was somebody that I could see within my vision at any point that was in need, that this could have potentially been a help for. So I'm very in favor of that. I do have a couple of concerns. Mr. Didier pointed one of them out. Is there an intention to end this when the Columbia Valley Center for Recovery opens? And it appears that that's not the case. So I would be interested in understanding that a little bit better, of how that might work together, or what that interaction might be. Have you looked, is there any other possible source of funding?
There is other source of funding. It can go through, you know, Medicaid, right? But then if we go through Medicaid only, then that will limit who gets access to that service, because it would only be covered by Medicaid.
So can we do both?
We could. The reimbursement rate for Medicaid is very, very low, and so it's not very sustainable, you know, operational wise.
So it appears that with this ask, with the 100% funding, would you even attempt to get any reimbursement through Medicaid?
If we get 100% support, then we would not. Yeah, because it would then be funded.
Okay. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I see Mr. Connors is in the room. Commander Connors, would it be okay if he came up and visited with us just a little bit on this topic?
Yes, by all means, welcome.
Would you please? So I've researched this. You know, I've shared about this topic a number of times about needs that I've seen, and wondered if you would share with us, Mr. Connors, your perspective on the need in our community and how would this help or hinder your efforts as the Sheriff's Department and responsible for the security in Franklin County?
Yes, so let me start by saying, Sheriff Raymond, not just because the need.
I don't think your mic is on.
How about now?
Thank you.
All right. So, yes, Sheriff Raymond fully supports this program. There's a great need for it, and Lords has been an excellent partner for many, many years with law enforcement and with the county. So it seems like a great opportunity. One thing I just want to speak to about the transition in a couple of years, that would be a great time to evaluate how much this program is being used. Is it still needed? So I don't know that we would necessarily need to write a huge future check. We could always look at it from the perspective of using it now and then reevaluating then when other things come online. So just to kind of give you, I guess, a real world scenario of where this would come into play. Typically, as far as a law enforcement involvement, where we would try and redirect somebody to this type of service would either be that, no crime has been committed. This person clearly needs a safe place to go. We currently don't have that as an option, except for the hospital and the jail. This would be a place where we could encourage people. We could, assist them in getting there. We could get them out of a situation that's either dangerous to themselves or dangerous to others, but is not yet to the level of a crime, and get them in this door. This door is the beginning of services. So by getting them through that door, it gets them ideally to a position of clarity where they can start getting recommended services. And I think they spoke to that briefly earlier, where they can start providing, okay, this is where those next steps are. So that's one scenario. The other is for what would some consider low-level offenses, misdemeanor level crimes. Our deputies have a lot of discretion in how to process those. We can cite and release, or we can book into jail in a lot of those situations. This would be a great opportunity to be able to use that discretionary leverage to say, hey,
we have two options.
We have two options here, right? And the factors that go into that decision a lot of times are, is jail the only place where we can take them right now where they will be safe, where they can safely withdraw, where they can be, their own safety as well as the safety of those around them. And right now we have to, basically make the determination that jail is the option. By taking them to a sobering center doesn't mean we're letting them get away with whatever they've done. There's a cite and release procedure where they will still have a court date, they'll still have to appear, but they're not physically getting booked into the jail. So that's where we would start using this type of service to say, hey, let's get you off the street. Let's get you into a safe place. If you're willing to do that, then we don't have to go to jail. You can go to this place that's guaranteed to be a lot more comfortable, and it gets them in the door of services. It gets them to a point where they can be plugged into the services they need. So,
Thank you. So I'm trying to imagine what this might look like. There's an individual that is inebriated that needs to be addressed, say at the Happos Center. Is this something where that you talk with them and you say, we have two options, we're going one of two places, and then you provide the ride, or So that's an option?
Yeah, that's an option, that we
Okay.
would transport them. We would consider that more of a courtesy transport, not a detention. But hey, if you are willing to go this route, we can get you there. And we can get you from wandering West Pasco, because you're no longer welcome here, but we have nowhere else to take you, so, hit the road. And now they're wandering and going wherever, and most likely creating further issues to the point where at some point, they're going to end up going to jail.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Would you speak a little bit more to you spoke of a good relationship and cooperation in the past with Lourdes and the Sheriff's Department. Would you speak to that a little bit more, what that might look like? I understand the mechanism of how we would bring this individual and bring it to the sobering center, but would there be cooperation for then, now it's time to release this, it's been 23 hours, they've sobered up and it's time to release them? Would there be communication at that point now with the Sheriff's Department to that, all right, this individual is now going to leave our facility, whether they've timed out at the 23 hours or they decided I'm leaving, and they might be leaving too soon? Would there be cooperation or collaboration there?
So, yes, I mean, it's the day that the doors open on this program, we would have the relationship already built. We would have the communication channels of, this is how we communicate to you, this is how you communicate to us. That would already be in place, so that, if you do have that person that, we need them to stay for that full 23 hours, but they just really don't want to, they would have the ability to let us know that, hey, we need to go take care of that. Generally speaking, though, the type of situation where we would take somebody there would not be something, in the criminal world that would rise to that level where, we will go and then rearrest them and physically book them. Those aren't, obviously if they start causing problems, we would handle those, but we're not talking about taking, serious crimes to the sobering center to where, if they walk away, they're going to be a significant risk to the community. Those people are going to go to jail if they've committed that degree of crime.
I really appreciate you letting me put you on the spot. That I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, but I do appreciate understanding a little bit better what that mechanism would look like. I believe that we need this. We've needed it for a while, and I would like to have a little better understanding of the cost and what the allocations there would be. So as this develops, I would like to know more about that. But I am very supportive of this idea and appreciate the relationship and the collaboration between the Sheriff's Department and Lourdes on this.
One other question. Do you actually own the property behind us here where this center would go?
Yes, I'll have our CEO speak to that.
All right.
That's why we
All
brought him up.
Welcome.
All right. My name, as Mr. Gonzalez mentioned, is Mark Holyoke, and I'm the CEO at Lourdes Health. And so this property is all part of Lourdes Health. And so we have a strange situation that happened years ago, long before LifePoint owned the facility, that the property was all sold to a third party, and now we lease back. And so this is part of our lease back. But yes, one that we do operate.
Okay.
And are leasing currently.
All right. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, just add just a couple other components. As you do go through the numbers, please know that there's no intention to make some big profit on this, really just to cover the costs. And this is going to add extra headache to our plates. So you wonder why we're willing to even propose such thing. And it's really because we've got the expertise, really with Nellie and Mauricio and their team, that we can provide this and to be a stopgap. But I believe that in answer to one of the questions, do we intend to continue after the crisis, the recovery center were to open? I believe we'd see in the community that the need would still exist for both to cover this portion of the population. I really appreciate you hearing us out, and we truly do want to be a partner in the community And our mission is making communities healthier, and we feel that this fits directly into our mission. So
Well,
thank you.
No, thank you. And like I said, I guess if anybody had any doubts, they should go to the emergency room at night and see what the situation is there. And if that would alleviate that problem, because it's definitely a need there. So, thank you. Any further questions? All righty. Well,
Mike has the budget proposal that describe all the expenditures, so he can share.
Absolutely. So I'll get that into the commissioner's hands, and then I'll be attending the Health Advisory Board meeting tomorrow, kind of get a feel for that, and then report back to the board on, I'm hopeful that perhaps they would consider funding this, because I think the need is great, and I think we all know that. So thanks.
Thank you.
all right, thank you. Have a good day. And thank you for your patience today. It's a long meeting, so thank you. Mr. Ergman, thank you for your patience.
Absolutely.
Well, so hopefully today I can shed a little bit of light on the equipment rental and revolving fund, how it's was created, and a little bit about how it works. So first off, it's an internal service fund, which means it funds itself through selling services to other departments in the county. It's mainly county road, but there are other departments that are in ER&R, and it is self-perpetuated by its rental fees and services that it provides for other departments inside the county. A corollary to that would be an enterprise fund, which does this, but on the public-facing side, selling services to the public. So it's self-contained. It makes its revenue from its rental fees to other departments, and it's very compartmentalized. The law came into being in 1977 because there were some real problems that needed to be addressed. The historical lack of consistent funding for counties to replace equipment was an issue. Lack of supporting documentation about the true operating costs for the equipment. And sometimes funds were being used that were county road that were being used for non-county road purposes, which is a violation of both the 18th Amendment and RCW 4309-10. So this is the overview of the law. It's in 6 sections, and I'll briefly go over each of those. First is, excuse me, the establishing the fund and what its purpose is. And basically, it was created to serve county road, to replace equipment on a regular basis and in a fair and equitable way. So that its primary function when it was established was to support county road functions. However, in the next section, the board has the ability to add other departments into ER&R if they so desire. This is the administration of the fund. Generally, it is run by the Office of the County Engineer, although the board can appoint other people to to run the fund. Let's see if I have anything else. And that's about it. So. And then the next section talks about setting the rates and oversight by the County Road Administration Board can come in and look at our books at any time to make sure that we're operating the fund properly. It's part of our good practice. I think the law does a pretty good job of actually kind of outlining what goes on in ER&R. We'll see in the next section, this talks about deposits into the fund. The board has the ability to put money into the ER&R fund, but it cannot, it is a protected fund, so money that is in ER&R cannot be transferred to somebody else. It has to stay in there and be used for the purposes that the fund was created for. Also, the board has the ability to transfer any equipment or materials into the ER&R fund as long as it doesn't violate RCW 4309-210, which is benefiting another department. So it is kind of a complex fund that can handle quite a few different things. And this is the last part of the law. And basically, it states the money accumulating in the equipment rental and revolving fund shall be retained therein from year to year. So basically, it means the fund's protected, and it must operate on a balance that it can operate on. Generally, how it works is rate setting is a big part of it, and the trickiest part of it. A number of items go into this, including the general fleet rates, life cycle costing, fund reserves, and equipment classes. So general fleet rates include let me get my notes here, pardon. This really, we're starting to talk about classifying equipment. We try to put things together so that we balance out the costs among like vehicles and like use. That's an important part of it. Not every vehicle that may be of the same model has the same function and use. Most of the time they do, but there are special cases where that might not be the case, where a different vehicle has a different set of use. So that would affect its rental rate, because we have to look at that. Some things get run hard, others don't. So this is where we kind of first look at that. We try and keep everything equitable and balanced between the vehicles. We're trying to balance between, because each individual vehicle is going to have its own operational costs. They're not all going to be identical in how they, in fuel economy or repairs or things like that. And sometimes you get a lemon that is high maintenance and costly, and sometimes you get a peach that goes long after what you expected its service value to go. So having them classed together helps balance that out throughout the fleet and balances the rental rates for the users that are in the fund. This is one of the more tricky parts, and this is there's a bit of a science and art to life cycle costing. You figure out what your expected operating life of the vehicle is. Amortize it over that life. You determine what you think that it's normal maintenance and fuel use and things like that are, and try and get a good notion of how that vehicle is going to act over its life cycle. And as I said, some vehicles perform well in their life cycle, others don't. So we try and balance that out with the life cycle costing. And once we get to a certain point with life cycle costing, we're looking for when the cost to take care of the vehicle, its maintenance and its fuel use and stuff gets to the point where it costs more to take care of it than what its current value is. Once
Basically,
we get
what
to
it
that
would cost to
breakoff point,
replace.
yeah, that's when we start looking at, okay, this vehicle probably needs to be replaced or put. It doesn't necessarily have to be replaced, but sometimes it's put into other duty, like a lighter duty, like it might be. We'll move a pickup out of field use to be a pool car. But we're looking to, when it gets getting too expensive to take care of it, that's when we want to start looking at putting it out to auction and recouping some of that salvage value for it. This document comes from a document written by Al King several years ago, which we provide every year when we bring you guys our rental rates. I encourage you to read it. It's a lot more in depth than what I'm giving. I'm just trying to give you a quick overview of it. He goes quite in depth about how things work and how we're trying to, capture everything, including inflation, in this life cycle costing, which is a tough calculation. And as I said, by classifying vehicles, we help mitigate that across the fleet. And of course, we're always trying to get the best rate we can for the vehicles that are in there. We don't want the rates artificially high. We don't want them artificially low. We want them to be as close to what their true cost is as we can get. And that's easier said than done. And the fund has to have adequate cash on hand for the catastrophic events that happen. Things break unexpectedly, accidents happen, things like that. Again, as I spoke to before, we classify equipment. Examples of that are light-duty pickup trucks, motor graders, dump trucks, etc. And it all depends on what type of equipment they are and how they're used as to what class they fall into. But we try and keep things that are used and of similar type together, and that way that balances out their rental costs over time. Because some are going to perform a little better, some are going to perform a little worse, and that way that helps it. So basic items that go into the calculations are the operational costs, the replacement costs, and the overhead costs. Operational costs include the fuel, lubricants, parts, and labor to maintain the vehicle. The replacement cost factors include the purchase price, which we amortize out over time, inflation factors, and then we save out 10% at the end for salvage value. And that is all brought in to the calculation for the rental rate. And we've got administrative costs, shop supplies and tools, just the overhead to run the shop. We have to have tools, we have to have accountants take care of bookkeeping and so on. And so this is an example of this being taken all in to a spreadsheet. This is just a demonstration purpose only. This isn't a real piece of equipment, and the numbers aren't anywhere near probably being real. But these are all taken in, and then we get down to the bottom, and that is an hourly rate. Now, not all vehicles are on hourly rates, depending on their use. Some are on monthly, some are even on longer-term rental than that. We have some equipment that just, it gets used for a short period of time in a certain situation, but we like to have the equipment on hand because it's hard to come by. So these are the elements that are part of it: the direct annual operating costs, purchase price, salvage price, the over underage, which is the ups and downs in its actual use versus what we predicted. And then the fleet overhead rate, which are, as I said, is the administrative costs, shop supplies and tools and buildings and stuff. So that was kind of my short overview of it. Hopefully I illuminated it a little bit. It didn't quite come out as well as I thought it would, but.
So how is it, how is it running? I mean, as far as.
Oh, you know, County Road, we're linked to it, and it works very well for us. I think if it wasn't there, we would have significant issues. You know, we had some issues several years ago I won't go into, but, you know, the count was, you know, very low, and it took us, you know, the last 10, 12 years to build that fund up to where it's healthy. We're on a good replacement schedule. Our fleet is up to date. We're not holding on to equipment that's way past its service life, and we're having to, you know, duct tape and baling wire it together, which, you know, an example, back when this law got passed in 1977, one of the counties was running a blade from 1949. They were actually having to fabricate the parts for it. They couldn't find any for it. That makes them a little bit expensive to.
Yeah.
Be
to
careful,
operate.
you're speaking closely to several of our hearts.
Oh, I know. You know, hey, you know, I make fun that we still probably have pieces of horse-drawn equipment hid somewhere. We might, I don't know.
That's you.
So, Mr. Chairman, what is our, Craig, what's our cash reserve right now in ENR&R?
Let's see, we just had a financial meeting about that. It's
Just roughly.
Around $1 million right now.
Around $1 million?
Yeah,
Okay.
that, in its cash flow. Plus,
Okay.
it's got an investment balance too, that might be 250.
So how many counties out of the 39 have an ER&R fund?
All 39 of them are required to.
All 39 do,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Of those 39 counties that have an ER&R fund, how many counties have the sheriff's department as separate?
I couldn't answer that. It's a mixture. Some have the sheriff's department in the ER&R and some don't.
And we used to have it in the ER&R.
Yeah, they used to be, and then they.
And it was told to us that it's better for us that they're not in it. And I guess I'm just asking, are we duplicating then the replacement of vehicles with personnel in both the sheriff and in the R&R? I mean, somebody's got to make the call on when the car is
Right,
replaced.
and once it's out of ER&R, that's the department's call.
Right.
And, you know, the advantage of ER&R is that it keeps a balance on hand to replace vehicles on a fairly regular basis. You know, if you're not in ER&R, then, you know, you're incurring expense, you have to come ask for the vehicle, and maybe the answer's no.
Yes, and we just said no to vehicles, and I know that the sheriff's
No.
vehicles, they accumulate a lot of miles. So, I mean, in your humble opinion, would it be beneficial for Franklin County to have them in ER&R or not?
You know, I'm not here to sell ER&R to anybody.
No.
So each department.
I said your humble opinion.
Well, I'm trying to get to my humble opinion is that each department needs to do its math and ask themselves if that's what makes sense. There are some cases where if you're not, you know, heavily using vehicles, you know, you keep them forever, run the wheels off them. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe, you know, you're fine. You know, you're only going to ask for a vehicle once every 15 years and, you know, you're pretty sure you're going to get it.
We're in a budget crunch, so I'm just trying to see how we can conserve
and
money.
you know, the sheriff department knows more about how it utilizes its fleet than I do, certainly. You know, I think ER&R provides a great service. We have our own shop. You know, not that we don't, you know, there are times, especially with modern vehicles, we have to ship stuff out to local dealerships and stuff because of the complexity of things. But, you know, we have a good shop that takes care of the vehicles, and they're diligent about their work. You know, with ER&R, people don't always realize is that parts and fuel and maintenance are all in that rate. You're not paying for any of that directly. You're getting it in the rental rate. So it's repairs, it's fuel use, it's lubricants, all that stuff is part of that rental rate that you get from ER&R. So it's something that you can easily budget for. It's like we give you rental rates every year. This is what we calculate they're going to be. And you can budget for that. So that's one of the upsides, that's the upsides of ER&R. But like I said, each department and the board, and ultimately board decision, to decide whether that's economical for whichever department to be involved in ER&R or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Clint asked a bunch of the questions that I kind of had. One of them is, in ER&R, is it all or nothing? And what I mean by that is, if there is a vehicle that is owned by the ER&R fund, does the county then have to do the oil changes on it, or can we go use a Jiffy Lube? The reason I ask that question is a $50 oil change at Jiffy Lube is far less expensive than we could do that ourselves, and I'm just wondering about that mechanism. Is it all or nothing?
Oh, no, I mean, like I said, we do farm out work to other shops.
Okay.
Too, as part of the thing, if we don't have the time or capability or whatever to work on whatever the issue is. I'll say this on the $50 oil change. When you bring it into our shop, you're not getting just the oil change. They run in the whole vehicle. If they find something wrong with it, they're going to repair it and put it back out there and make it safe. That's part of our job. I don't know that always happens. I'm not trying to throw any of the quick oil change companies under the bus. I just don't know that they are as thorough as we are about it. So I realize, our shop rate, we did a little survey. Our shop rate's $150 an hour, and we're right in sort of the lower middle part of around the area. It's not, we're not undercutting anybody, and we're not, charging an excessive rate for our shop work.
No, I do appreciate that. I have noticed over the last 15, 20 years, I have seen the fleet come up to today's standards, and I've appreciated that because, you maintain 1,000 miles of road. You can't do that with a 1949 road grader.
You can't.
And I don't believe you even have a machine shop to manufacture those parts with.
We do have some fabrication ability, but it's I wouldn't want to be doing that.
I do appreciate that. So I'm not sure how to ask this question, but if every department in the county ran everything through ER&R, would it be more efficient? Would the county be more efficient by using it in that way versus the piecemeal that we have today, where some is not?
That's hard to say. Like I said, it's really kind of up to each department to kind of do the math and think whether that makes sense for them. Like I said, in some cases where their vehicles last them a long time, maybe it doesn't make as much sense.
So on that, that's kind of a known thing a little bit. In the ER&R fund, is there already a predetermined, if you have a 3/4 ton pickup that is in the facilities department, this is the criteria irregardless of use, or is it by the needs of the department? Because you've mentioned a couple times about, you could drive one forever, and there is departments, the sheriff's department, they drive long and hard versus, something in another department is much, much less use, but they still have a need.
Right. Yeah. So, like I said, I think the consensus, with County Road Administration Board and most everybody is that if it's on the whole, it's better for the county to have everything in ER&R. Because like I said, one of the things is that the costs are somewhat balanced a little bit to the point where we're not subsidizing one fund for another. But we can look at use. We keep good statistics on, how long the vehicle is going to last, when it needs to rotate out. There's just a lot of data that we can capture that can make it more efficient. And you have to look at ER&R. It's a long-term proposition. It's not, you can't just look at it, oh, well, gosh, they're charging us $750 a month for this right now. That's outrageous. but you have to look that you're paying for everything that's involved with that vehicle over the long haul, including it getting replaced, because that's the expensive part of it. You just, when you come into ER&R, and that's a lot of the things that kind of keep people out of it too, is that you have to bring the vehicle in. You have to buy it and transfer it to ER&R.
And
If
then
it's a new
immediately
vehicle.
start paying a monthly fee.
Right. And
So
it
you
has
have
to
to-
build up that balance for replacement. So, there are times when if you bought a brand new vehicle and it got wrecked the next day, well, there's no balance in there for it.
You're describing part of the reason why I asked the question. It's difficult to get in, and once you're in, it's really easy to get out.
Yeah.
But the incentive should be to stay in, because the bigger the pool, the better it is for all the departments.
Yeah,
And the efficiency of the county as a whole.
A cost savings in almost anything, if, more spread out among more, usually is more cost effective and more efficient.
Well, I'm really thankful that we had this workshop meeting. I think that I need to learn a lot more about it. I think I know just enough now to be scary.
It's a tough. It was, and I apologize. It's a difficult subject to bring and give a nutshell presentation of what it does, because it's a very, I won't say complicated, but it's got a lot of moving parts, and it's constantly being reevaluated. And we're checking things and recalculating rental rates and usage and where we're at any given time in ER&R. It's a fund that takes a lot of focus.
So one thing you said, Craig, that during the life of the vehicle, when it comes in, they're paying a rental rate for a replacement cost. So they're funding the new car that's going to be bought down the road.
Right.
And that's where I think we're seeing the hit on the county budget, is when we don't have that in place, and they need 9 new vehicles, and then they just donate the vehicles. They don't have nothing built up to replace the vehicles. That's what is good about ER&R, is you're building that replacement cost up over time.
And two, if I may add, and correct me if I'm wrong, but
I'll do my.
If you take a car to Jiffy, to a mobile or a oil lube place to get your oil changed, the individual has to sit there and wait. If they go to ER&R, they drop the car off, grab their car, and come back to work. Is that correct?
Yeah, if there's one, if there's another vehicle there that
I mean, if they borrowed a car or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not paying somebody to sit at a lube place here in town to wait for the car to get serviced.
Yeah, depending if if there's a vehicle available for them, or we have a policy where
But you also do that maintenance when they're not.
Right, and we try and cover
car's
maintenance
idle.
when at non-peak times. It's like
Right.
we have a practice, like we just went through all our dump trucks here this spring. We do that every year. Make sure one by one, make sure that they're all in good shape and ready, because we're getting into the time of year when we put them to hard labor.
There's a labor cost savings there with the ER&R.
I think so, but like I said, I'm not here to do other people's math for them.
Right. Well, thank you for the presentation. It cleared up a lot of questions.
Craig.
Appreciate
Well,
it.
I hope so. Like I said, it was difficult. It's a difficult subject to present in a nutshell, and well, as you can tell, I am not, a professional presenter, and I'm not a professional PowerPoint person. I absolutely
Well, you did a
hate
great
that.
job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Shirley's way here.
All right, next will be
Yes, I will.
ARPA expenditures.
Yes, sir. ARPA expenditures, Shirley Jones is going to present this, and commissioners, before the meeting, I gave you a list of expenditures that were updated, so those should be on your desk, and just to refer to those. And
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pretty much that list is what I'll go down. We're getting close to the end. Everything has to be obligated by the end of this year. And then we have 2 years for expenditures to be spent by those entities. Just to start towards the top here, the hospital district, they still are waiting for some ambulances. Anyone that their projects are not complete, I get status updates from them. I know with the ambulances, they don't necessarily have those. They've purchased some of their medical equipment. I just got my car back after 6 months waiting for one part. So COVID did a number on back orders for parts and such, and especially when you're building new ambulances, it's going to take time. So they are still waiting for some of those. Fire District 1, same situation. And again, it's just all part of the market, supply and demand, and just trying to finish things up. When it comes to HAPO, we're getting close. Right now, they're finishing up. They're finishing up the units, rooftop units, 1 through 3. They should be finishing that up, I believe, by this week, if not next week. They will have those done. The switches came in. In addition to that, we have the lighting with the awnings around the building that will be worked on next, and that's being started here pretty soon. So once they get that project done, then that will be, then it's a matter of pretty much being invoiced. And then at the same time, documentation to complete everything. At the very bottom, you'll see I checked with McKinstry on that to see what we might have left of contingency monies that will not be used. And they came back with $218,060.21 that more than likely will not be used. So those monies are still sitting in our 119 fund, our ARPA fund, and that's the estimate at that point, at this point that we have. There also will be some cost savings for materials, so we'll get actually a little bit more than that back. Not back, it just won't be paid out. The next item would be the fire station, Fire District 2. At this point in time, they have an architecture firm, and they, just this week, the Board of Commissioners approved for them to put out an RFQ ad for a contractor for construction. And so that's where we're at with that. They are in the middle also of permitting. They're getting permits and such, all the information needed for those. They're working on that as well.
And just for clarification, that is the fire station in Colotis.
True, yes.
And did they put in for a grant on this too?
They were going out for a levy.
A levy, that's right.
And he believes that that probably will pass. Now, if I remember right, they're looking into banks also with that. My understanding was that that would not be, it would be a special election, I believe, in February. But they really feel like that they probably will get that. Now, remember the construction for this project, actually the last number that they had was 2.3 million. And we gave them a total of $963,615. So that's what they're hoping to do. What we covered was just 3 stalls, which will cover 6 vehicles. There's no office as part of that, and it's just the cement pad that they were going to do for a 6-stall building. So these additional funds that they might be able to get will help them to complete the building.
And the building will have how many stalls, how many vehicles will be able to store in there? They're complete.
Well, right now with 3 stalls, they can store 6 vehicles.
But what do they want? What's their
They
wish list?
wanted 3 more. They want a total of 6.
12 vehicles.
12 vehicles, yeah. And they have 13 vehicles at this point in time, and they're stored everywhere.
Well, that's a big area.
Right.
And I've told them to have all your vehicles in one area, you're going to have to drive all those miles to get the vehicle and then drive back to the fire.
That's
if you
right.
put remote locations, you'd have vehicles in all the locations of that area.
Well, and the other problem, really the biggest problem with this was that especially during the wintertime.
Yeah.
Because they had to not only pull the vehicle in, it had to warm up, and then they had to refill it with water because if it would freeze if it were in the trucks when they were in the barns or wherever they were. Yeah, totally. So that's the status of the fire station. BFCOG, we received our first invoice from them of about 30 some odd thousand. So we have 120,000 still that will be paid out for them to total the 150,000. Let's see here. We have one more invoice as far as the assessor's office that is still due to come in. That project is almost complete. Should be, I take it within the next couple of months, that will be done. It's only about 11,000. Otherwise, IS has all of their projects completely done. Let's see here. As far as the PA's office, on the personnel for that, we've paid out about 172,000 of the 300,000, and that will be completed and all paid out by the end of this year. The operating costs for OPD, that is something that I've got some options. I only supplied a resolution for one of the options, but I've since thought of a couple other things, and I've run those by both Mike and Tim. So I'll bring that up. The courthouse employee retention, that continues to go down, simply because people have until, we set that up until September 30th, that if people leave employment, that they need to pay that money back, and we all sign that piece of paper for that.
Has anybody left and actually paid it back?
I'm sorry?
There's been people that have paid it back. I have to check with the auditor. There's been a few people we've had to chase,
Yeah.
which we thought was would be part of the process. You hate to hear it. In good faith, we gave that. So we were in the process of setting up a procedure that I know Jeff was involved in a little bit. So you might be able to speak to that, not to get off track, but we do have a process set up in place if
Okay.
we have to chase some
I
folks.
believe you can collect it like any other debt.
All right, thank
Or
you.
to a debt.
I think that hindsight, if we had to do this over again, we should have dangled that out there at 12 months, then they got the check. They stay here for a year, then they get the check. We gave it to them, now we got
Yeah,
to collect it back.
it's-
It would have been better incentive for them to stay here.
I agree. Hindsight, that old
Hindsight.
saying is hindsight's always 20/20, but
Yeah.
I don't disagree, Commissioner, probably a good idea. Chair, if I may ask Shirley a question. Shirley, we talked to the auditor's office, and I know there was kind of, I don't want to call it discrepancy, but there was some communication we had with Tim's office, and something was supposed to be contingency, and then it wound up looking like we had a $250,000 overage in ARPA. I just want to assure the commission that we have monies in place. As you know, ARPA's kind of a moving fund, and there's a lot of parts to it. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because that's sort of the elephant in the room I want to address to let the commissioners know we have funds that are available to do what we intended to do with them. So.
Yeah, and that was going to be at the bottom. I've covered a portion of that with McKinstry. Again, with McKinstry, there was 219,000, and truly outside of that 250, we had 16,000 available still. And again, that was just miscommunication with the OPD. We thought it was going to go ARPA. I added it to the list, and then it was going to end up being contingency, so I removed it off the list. And it was just a miscommunication on the verbiage in the resolution, so it went back out of ARPA, and I wasn't aware. So regardless of that, we've got the monies, just like what Mike's talking about. We have McKinstry with 219,000 that plus which won't be used. And then also the public safety building project, I got that calculation from DES. Again, these are estimates, so until all paperwork's done, then it may be, I would say the 92,000. There's only 2 more items left for DES for public safety building. And so that was calculated out, and that's at 92,677, which gives us a total of at least 311,000, almost 312,000, plus whatever the savings costs for materials were with McKinstry. We don't have a figure on that yet. So those monies, again, like I said, are sitting there in the account, in the fund. So we definitely will have those. Let me see here.
The McKinstry material savings, do you have a rough magnitude?
No. No.
Small number, big number?
I don't think it's going to be very large.
Thanks.
I'm, for some reason, thinking a few thousand, but again, he hasn't given me a figure on that as yet. So we will have those monies this fall. So what, with the Corners building, I believe they're in the middle of permitting also. And so depending on the timing with that, what I was thinking is that what we could do is we could, I have a copy of the ASRN resolution, and we could reduce that at this point, rescind that resolution, reduce it by 250,000, which puts us back to norm with the OPD, and then we could reobligate it this fall when we have the contingency monies that, you know, we've gotten all documentation, all invoicing done, and then they, in effect, is a similar change order to where they say this is the amount of the contract. And so it would reduce the contracts. And that's what I put together as far as the resolution goes. However, since then, I kind of thought about that, and I have another idea that what we could do is that we have 250,000 available in the building fund. So we would still rescind the resolution for the corner, but we would then issue 250,000 from the building fund to put him back to where it doesn't delay any construction or anything should he get to that point sooner rather than this fall. Then what that would do is that would leave us that 311,000 plus available to reobligate before the end of the year. And everything should be done. PSB building, my understanding is that that will be about November before the 2 items that need to be completed are completed. So what my idea was, and like I said, I ran this by Mike and by Tim, is that we have 311,000 then to use for next year's budget and or reobligate it for like the microwave system because of monies that they'll need by next February or definitely by September. So that was another idea that some thought to put on that to where then we would know what resolutions we need to put together for what your thoughts might be.
So being familiar with the development process in Pasco and permitting and engineering and so forth for that building, does the coroner have any indication of timing so far?
At this point, I'm not aware. I haven't talked with Curtis about that timing. It's just as far as permitting and such, I believe that that's the stage he's with. They hired Meyer Architects. I don't know if they'll do the full project for them. That's what they're doing for the fire station. But I need to get with Curtis and kind of get an update from him on that, on where he's at.
And is there, I'm trying to understand the reasoning for rescinding this at this point. Is it because of the over-allocation? And if that is the case, is time of the essence on that?
I was not able to report that OPD amount of 250,000 because during the reconciliation, when I was doing the quarterly reporting for the first quarter is when we caught this, that this had happened this way. So it's going to be more a matter of this next quarter, I would like to be able to report it, you know, that could, because the system will not allow you to over-allocate for what your award was. And that's what I was going to have to do, and it rejected. So I can't report it until it is completed. But again, like I said, you know, if it just depends on the route you want to go. As far as, do you want to use the building fund and get those funds to Curtis so, you know, the coroner doesn't have to delay anything, or we wait for contingency?
You can't build that fast here, and so that money's not going to be spent that rapidly. I mean,
Well, and again, it's not to say that we couldn't go ahead and rescind the 250,000, so then I can report the OPD amount, and the reporting is proper. But at the same time, if we rescind it, then we can always reallocate whether we want to pull that from the building fund down the road when he gets to that point. Yeah, it can be sitting there. It doesn't have to be processed right now. But it also, the only other thing is you have budget workshops coming up. So if you knew, you know, that you wanted to use the 311,000 for budget and or microwave, whatever the case may be, then you already have an idea. It was my thought as far as what you're doing.
That reduces funds that we've already allocated somewhere, right? That would reduce the 664,000 to the coroner. That would reduce that number by 250,000.
Right.
And then allocate it to the radio, which is what we did not do.
Well, the radio is more the 311,000 that by
I recognize
November.
that, but your proposal would be to reduce the 664,000 by 250,000.
Yes. Yeah. But again, to reobligate either ARPA funds if you so chose that, or building fund, or so just so you have an idea of what's coming up and we have an idea on documentation-wise what's needed.
So surely these funds have to be allocated by what date? 26?
Obligation-wise, you're talking about ARPA
ARPA
obligations?
funds, yep,
End of this year, December 31st, 2024.
December 31st of 2024.
Yeah.
We have a lot of avenues to go with them there. The uncertainty of this is that I thought we only had 18 million. We got 18,479,031 cents to allocate at the bottom here. I thought we only had a total of 18 million.
No, it was 18 million right at the very top, 18,495,757.
That's what we got for our funds.
That's our award.
Okay. So at this point in time, my suggestion is that we ask the coroner to pay all his bills and stop the new building from progressing until we know exactly where we're at with this, because I'm totally against from taking away from the building fund that's supposed to be for our administrative building down the road that we desperately need.
The other thing would be if you just left it to where we reobligate it this fall, if we pull 250,000, but then we just reobligate the ARPA funds.
Yeah.
This fall, once those are, everything's cleared documentation-wise, then we still would have about 61,000+ available.
And Chair, if I may, Curtis McGarry is at a conference right now, but he's watching on YouTube. He requested, if you wouldn't mind me calling him and putting him on speakerphone and engaging in this. He's got a couple things he'd like to say, if you approve.
Sure. Tell him
Okay.
happy birthday while you're at it.
Okay, I will. All right, let me get him on here.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, Curtis, can you hear me? First of all, Chair Mullen says happy birthday before we get started, and you are live on air, and I've got you on speakerphone, And I know you've been watching on YouTube, so you've got the floor, sir.
Yes, okay. So I guess my question is if we rescind that money, is that still going to be the monies available, as Shirley mentioned, at the end of the year, would be reallocated back to the coroner's office for their project?
That's the resolution I put together for them to see currently, the draft.
Because talking with Pasco, I think they're willing to fast track some of our permitting too. They've been very willing, and they've mentioned that they could put things through. So I would say that by the end of the year, I think we could be almost well done with the project.
Curtis, could you speak to some of the permitting and where you're at in the process? I don't know if you put it out to RFQ yet, or just sort of give us a quick synopsis.
Okay. Yes, it's gone out. We did have a mandatory walkthrough. The only company or agency that came was Meyer Architect and Engineering. And next Wednesday, they are to have a bid ready for us to open at the commissioners meeting. And so at that time, we'll see where their bid comes in at and what the funding would be. So that's where we are at that point.
Thanks.
Another option would be that we rescind the $250,000. We pull $250,000 from the building fund and put that into a fund for him for finishing that building. And then we take the money when we get it later in the year. Again, my concern was the timing with how far along his building would progress. Something else we could do then is this fall, we can re-obligate the monies, the $250,000, back into the building fund still. And that would still cover everything. Again, I just didn't want to be, I was concerned about the timing of when he would need the monies. But that's another option as well.
Yes, my only thought is once we see what the bid comes in at, we can see, how much of that money we'll need. And then if we talk to Myers about delaying, if there will be a cost increase for the delay because of materials going up or something like that, are kind of out of our hands. But, I guess I don't have an issue if we have to delay it another month or so we could have those funds to reappropriate there. Just as long as it doesn't, then we come under or over budget because of cost materials we increased more. That's my only concern.
But they'll have the quote for us next Wednesday, is that correct?
So next Wednesday, Curtis, they'll have a quote for us for sure?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's what was in the RFQ was the date to open the bids was next Wednesday.
Right.
And we can verify with them too that will happen.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the coroner? Okay, thanks, Curtis. Anything else that you want to get here before I hang up on you?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me call in.
Sure thing. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
I think that the next step is to see what this brings next Wednesday night.
I do too.
I don't think we know what to do until we have that answer. And we don't have action in front of us today anyway.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No, Chair, that is it. We just wanted to give you a pretty good snapshot of what's going on and let really, I think the most important issue I wanted to get out today is the money. We have money there and like I said, we work closely with the auditor's office to make sure everything's in place. It's just the mechanics of getting everything out the door in a timely fashion and making sure we're transparent and all those good things. So it's there, and I'll leave it at that.
Sounds good.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a workshop, and I think there was somebody that wanted to make a comment. Did you want to say something? Please come to the mic.
Sorry, I left just a minute ago, but I wanted to make sure that we knew the RFQs that we put out, or the RFQ that we put out a couple weeks ago, has not been opened. We have not hired Meyer. So I just want to be very clear to the board and to the public, we have not hired anyone to do the building over across the street. So-
But they're going to give us a bid.
Right, correct.
Okay.
They were the only ones on the mandatory walkthrough. So it is my speculation that they will be bidding. We just don't know if they've even submitted anything yet, nor have we hired them.
When's the deadline?
It's on Wednesday is the opening, so next Wednesday on the 15th.
When are they a responsive bidder? What time?
It has to be in, I believe, by 9 a.m.
Okay.
on that morning.
And then
So-
we'll open it at the commissioners' meeting next Wednesday
Correct, in the
night.
public, yes.
A little worrisome that we only have one bidder.
9 a.m. in the morning, and they will open it at night in the public. So.
Thank you. I knew she wanted to say something.
All right, any other comments for the good of the county?
No, sir, we are through.
I got a question if
Yes,
you're willing.
Commissioner Brown.
Just because of my lack of knowledge on this, a couple of these items on this, OPD personnel acquisition salary, is that simply salary to cover the employees that we have? I believe we have 3 full-time employees. Is that what that's for, or does that cover OPD cost in general for contracted employees as well?
That was partially for attorneys as well.
So that would be attorneys that contract with us for OPD services.
Right. We were trying to align, if I remember right, with Benton County was increasing their salaries, so they were trying to stay a little bit closer as far as in line. At the time that we did the incentive for the group, for the courthouse, then OPDs was kind of separated out for the 300,000.
So if it's a contract, a contract's a contract, so that number wouldn't, that's not an employee retention.
It was increasing salaries. Again, that's
Correct.
my memory of what was going on. I believe the staff may have been under the group, but this was for attorneys to be able to increase their salaries so that we could keep them.
Okay, that I appreciate your answer. It doesn't make sense to me that to increase a contract in that fashion, but that's okay. Prosecuting attorneys acquisition salary, same type of thing. Is that our staff, or does that include contracts from our staff, full-time employees, as well as contracts?
Again, and I don't know if Sean's still here, or Jeff, you may know, but I
I
believe.
can speak to that, Shirley. There was part of that money used if, I know you attended a lot of the commission meetings, the time when their staff was, remember, at 5 individuals, that's all they had. So we had to give some incentive pay to keep the ones that we had, and then give a little bit of a boost to get some new attorneys. And I know Jeff can probably speak to it more than he was living it in that office. So I don't know if you have anything to add, but that's kind of a Cliff Notes version. So we did use some of that money.
So
to
it wasn't,
retain.
so there was retention as well as increasing the contract amount to contracted attorneys.
Well, the PA's office, they don't
Mainly one.
use contracted attorneys, all that's in-house. On the OPD side, the vast majority, we have 1 full-time attorney in our OPD office. So all that, those funds are used for contracted attorneys in OPD, where it's a little bit different situation in the PA's office. So,
So it was $5,000 per employee, if I remember correct.
well, and I'll caveat with this is the PA's office did not receive the $5,000. They received their retention bonus at 10% of their salary, and we're not given that additional $5,000. So they didn't basically get double, or wouldn't have been double in most cases. But so that was made pretty clear. And then we had to do some recruitment at the time. it just, the field of attorneys, there just wasn't a whole lot available.
No,
We had to
I'm not
incentivize that.
asking for an explanation why. I'm just trying to understand the mechanism and the tool that was used to do that. So it was 10% of their salary in the PA's office was used as, so 10% of the full-time employees' salaries was used as retention.
Yes, sir.
It was a retention bonus. And do you
And then-
know approximately how many employees are in the PA's office?
Currently, I think they're fully staffed, 12 full-time PAs?
That's correct, yep.
But they weren't then.
No, then
They
they
were
were,
down
we
to-
They had
had a
five.
time when we had
Yeah.
five individuals.
But this also, there were a couple of position changes also within the department that this is kind of helping with as well, at least through this year.
Okay, and then is it a part of this, trying to keep track here, is these two line items, the two $300,000, so $600,000 of ARPA funding was used for employee retention. Is that accurate, or is there other item as well?
As far as retention, that was for the PA's office, 300, and OPD, 300, and then the overall courthouse, the rest of the employees are under courthouse employee retention incentive, the 1.3, which is right below OPD operating cost increases.
Okay, and so the 1.3, that covered the remainder of approximately how many employees?
Oh, about
280?
260, roughly.
Ish?
Yeah.
Okay, that was all my, actually, I'm sorry, I do have one more. So trying to understand, so here, Noxious Weed Board and Pest Control Board, I'm a little bit unclear, some of the meetings that we had here in the not-too-distant past, talking about space and office and moving, potentially moving them. So are we fully responsible for their salaries, but they don't answer to us? Is that relatively accurate?
My understanding, and I wish John was here, they're not paid through our current expense fund, but sort of like a taxing jurisdiction, just to give a simplistic explanation. So theoretically, the board.
So why would we be doing employee retention if they're not
And
our
they
employees?
did not. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they received the retention because they were not a part.
They did.
So they did.
However, this
Oh, I'm thinking emergency management, forgive me.
Noxious and Pest boards were a part of the group, the 1.3, but then we found that they needed to be separated out. So that was a part of my total that was 1.3, it was roughly 50, and then we had to pull them out and separate them as their own group.
So
But they did get the incentive.
So I appreciate that, but they're not our employees, right?
It's.
I think we need to answer this question, because
Yeah,
we've
it's-
danced around this question for several months now. I think we need to understand, because if we're paying employee retention, that means they're our employees. But if they're not our employees and we're responsible for their
We're
environment.
responsible for their budget, so, and they come before the board and ask for funding, and we set their budget, so.
So that part I can
Yeah.
appreciate. I understand how that mechanism works, but I'd just like to know what the jurisdiction is. According to this, they're our employees, because we're paying employee retention. But there was resistance from them as far as us saying, that we might move them to a different facility. And they basically said, my understanding was that they basically said, you don't get to tell us where we're at. We are not your jurisdiction. So I'd like to have some clarification there.
Yeah, and I see
Yeah.
Jeff at work.
I've looked at this before. It's been a while because this was a thorny issue. So I think you kind of get there looking at the statute. And I'm talking about the Noxious Weed Board statute that we all know and love, RCW 1710. So it says, in each county of the state, there is created a Noxious Weed Board. The interesting thing about that is, I don't know, it's interesting for an attorney. In the definitions, I believe.
And we don't need to belabor it here today. It's just, I've got two different pictures that for myself, I'd really like to understand what our interaction is with them. We're paying employee incentive.
Right.
That would indicate they're our employees, and we are trying to retain them as our employees. However, that is opposite of the conversation we had a couple of months back, and so I'd just love to have clarity there. So we don't need to
I want to
stay
say it's
on it
because
today.
the definition of the county was as a municipal corporation, but I'm not seeing it in that section. So yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
And I think, not to belabor it, but I think one of the factors we had in approving it was if they received their health care benefits through us, that was one of the stipulations. Because I know we had the same question with the emergency management folks, where they sort of work on our behalf, and they requested, and and I would have loved to give them the retention bonus because they do a lot of great work for us, but we kind of decided we just can't do it because they work for us, but not not within our function of health care benefits anyway and retirement.
Right?
Unless I completely missed that.
They're underneath that. One of the prior meetings we just had here not too long ago.
I'll have to, let me check on that.
That's kind of what I'm trying to understand here, because I've gotten several different things where I'm not understanding.
It's food for another workshop, but
After the fact.
yeah, let me, but what I'll do is let me check on those things, because there are things that just they're the question that keeps coming up. So let me, it'll be another thing I can look into, so.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other further questions for the good of the board? This workshop is adjourned.
And so we do have a close.